The Residence at Whitminster by M.R.James and read by Christopher Holton. Dr. Ashton, Thomas Ashton, Doctor of Divinity, sat in his study, habited in a dressing gown and with a silk cap on his shaven head, his wig being for the time taken off and placed on its block on a side table. He was a man of some 55 years, strongly made, of a sanguine complexion, an angry eye and a long upper lip. Face and eye were lighted up at the moment when I picture him by the level ray of an afternoon sun that shone in upon him through a tall sash window giving on the west. The room into which it shone was also tall, lined with bookcases, and where the wall showed between them, panelled. On the table near the doctor's elbow was a green cloth, and upon it what he would have called a silver standish, a tray with inkstands, quill pens, a calf-bound book or two, some papers, a churchwarden pipe and brass tobacco box, a flask cased in plaited straw, and a liqueur glass. The year was 1730, the month December, the hour somewhat past 3 in the afternoon. I have described in these lines pretty much all that a superficial observer would have noted when he looked into the room. What met Dr. Ashton's eye when he looked out of it sitting in his leather armchair? Little more than the tops of the shrubs and fruit trees of his garden could be seen from that point, but the red brick wall of it was visible in almost all the length of its western side. In the middle of that was a gate, a double gate of rather elaborate iron scrollwork, which allowed something of a view beyond. Through it he could see that the ground sloped away almost at once to a bottom, along which a stream must run, and rose steeply from it on the other side up to a field that was park-like in character, and thickly studded with oaks now, of course, leafless. They did not stand so thick together but that some glimpse of sky and horizon could be seen between their stems. The sky was now golden, and the horizon, a horizon of distant woods it seemed, was purple. But all that Dr. Ashton could find to say after contemplating this prospect for many minutes was, "Abominable." A listener would have been aware, immediately upon this, of the sound of footsteps coming somewhat hurriedly in the direction of the study. By the resonance, he could have told that they were traversing a much larger room. Dr. Ashton turned round in his chair as the door opened and looked expectant. The incomer was a lady, a stout lady in the dress of the time, though I have made some attempt at indicating the doctor's costume. I will not enterprise that of his wife, for it was Mrs. Ashton who now entered. She had an anxious, even a sorely distracted look, and it was in a very disturbed voice that she almost whispered to Dr. Ashton, putting her head close to his. "He's in a very sad way, love. Worse, I'm afraid." "Is he really?" And he leaned back and looked in her face. She nodded. Two solemn bells, high up and not far away, rang out the half-hour at this moment. Mrs. Ashton started. "Oh, do you think you can give order that the Minster clock be stopped chiming tonight? 'Tis just over his chamber, and will keep him from sleeping, and to sleep is the only chance for him, that's certain." Why, to be sure, if there were need, real need, it could be done, but not upon any light occasion. "This, Frank, now, do you assure me that his recovery stands upon it?" said Dr. Ashton. His voice was loud and rather hard. "I do verily believe it," said his wife. "Then, if it must be, bid Molly run across to Simpkins and say on my authority that he is to stop the clock chimes at sunset. And yes, she is after that to say to my Lord Saul that I wish to see him presently in this room." Mrs. Ashton hurried off. Before any other visitor enters, it will be well to explain the situation. Dr. Ashton was the holder, among other preferments, of a prebend in the rich collegiate church of Whitminster, one of the foundations which, though not a cathedral, survived dissolution and reformation, and retained its constitution and endowments for 100 years after the time of which I write. The great church, the residences of the dean and the two prebendaries, the choir and its appurtenances, were all intact and in working order. A dean who flourished soon after 1500 had been a great builder, and had erected a spacious quadrangle of red brick adjoining the church for the residence of the officials. Some of these persons were no longer required. Their offices had dwindled down to mere titles borne by clergy or lawyers in the town and neighbourhood, and so the houses that had been meant to accommodate 8 or 10 people were now shared among three, the Dean and the two prebendaries. Dr. Ashton's included what had been the common parlour and the dining hall of the whole body. It occupied a whole side of the court, and at one end had a private door into the minster. The other end, as we have seen, looked out over the country. So much for the house. As for the inmates, Dr. Ashton was a wealthy man and childless, and he had adopted, or rather undertaken to bring up, the orphan son of his wife's sister. Frank Sydall was the lad's name. He had been a good many months in the house. Then one day came a letter from an Irish peer, the Earl of Kildonan, who had known Dr. Ashton at college, putting it to the doctor whether he would consider taking into his family the Viscount Saul, the Earl's heir, and acting in some sort as his tutor. Lord Kildonan was shortly to take up a post in the Lisbon embassy, and the boy was unfit to make the voyage. Not that he is sickly, the Earl wrote, though you'll find him whimsical, or of late I've thought him so, and to confirm this, 'twas only today his old nurse came expressly to tell me he was possessed. But let that pass. I'll warrant you can find a spell to make all straight. Your arm was stout enough in old days, and I give you plenary authority to use it as you see fit. The truth is, he has here no boys of his age or quality to consort with, and is given to moping about in our raths and graveyards, and he brings home romances that fright my servants out of their wits. So there are you and your lady forewarned. It was perhaps with half an eye open to the possibility of an Irish bishopric, at which another sentence in the Earl's letter seemed to hint, that Dr. Ashton accepted the charge of my Lord Viscount Saul and of the 200 guineas a year that were to come with him. So he came one night in September. When he got out of the chaise that brought him, he went first and spoke to the postboy and gave him some money and patted the neck of his horse. Whether he made some movement that scared it or not, there was very nearly a nasty accident, for the beast started violently, and the postilion, being unready, was thrown and lost his fee, as he found afterwards, and the chaise lost some paint on the gateposts, and the wheel went over the man's foot, who was taking out the baggage. When Lord Saul came up the steps into the light of the lamp in the porch to be greeted by Dr. Ashton, he was seen to be a thin youth of, say, 16 years old, with straight black hair, and the pale colouring that is common to such a figure. He took the accident and commotion calmly enough, and expressed a proper anxiety for the people who had been, or might have been hurt. His voice was smooth and pleasant, and without any trace, curiously, of an Irish brogue. Frank Sydall was a younger boy, perhaps of 11 or 12, but Lord Saul did not for that reject his company. Frank was able to teach him various games he had not known in Ireland, and he was apt at learning them, apt too at his books, though he had had little or no regular teaching at home. It was not long before he was making a shift to puzzle out the inscriptions on the tombs in the minster, and he would often put a question to the doctor about the old books in the library that required some thought to answer. It is to be supposed that he made himself very agreeable to the servants, for within 10 days of his coming they were almost falling over each other in their efforts to oblige him. At the same time, Mrs. Ashton was rather put to it to find new maidservants, for there were several changes, and some of the families in the town from which she had been accustomed to draw seemed to have no one available. She was forced to go further afield than was usual. These generalities I gather from the doctor's notes in his diary and from letters. They are generalities, and we should like, in view of what has to be told, something sharper and more detailed. We get it in entries which begin late in the year, and I think were posted up altogether after the final incident. But they cover so few days in all that there is no need to doubt that the writer could remember the course of things accurately. On a Friday morning it was that a fox, or perhaps a cat, made away with Mrs. Ashton's most prized black cockerel, a bird without a single white feather on its body. Her husband had told her often enough that it would make a suitable sacrifice to Aesculapius, that had discomfited her much, and now she would hardly be consoled. The boys looked everywhere for traces of it. Lord Saul brought in a few feathers, which seemed to have been partially burnt on the garden rubbish heap. It was on the same day that Dr. Ashton, looking out of an upper window, saw the two boys playing in the corner of the garden at a game he did not understand. Frank was looking earnestly at something in the palm of his hand. Saul stood behind him and seemed to be listening. After some minutes he very gently laid his hand on Frank's head, and almost instantly thereupon Frank suddenly dropped whatever it was that he was holding, clapped his hands to his eyes, and sank down on the grass. Saul, whose face expressed great anger, hastily picked the object up, of which it could only be seen that it was glittering, put it in his pocket and turned away, leaving Frank huddled up on the grass. Dr. Ashton rapped on the window to attract their attention, and Saul looked up as if in alarm, and then, springing to Frank, pulled him up by the arm and led him away. When they came into dinner, Saul explained that they had been acting a part of the tragedy of Radamistus, in which the heroine reads the future fate of her father's kingdom by means of a glass ball held in her hand, and is overcome by the terrible events she has seen. During this explanation, Frank said nothing, only looked rather bewilderedly at Saul. He must, Mrs. Ashton thought, have contracted a chill from the wet of the grass, for that evening he was certainly feverish and disordered, and the disorder was of the mind as well as the body, for he seemed to have something he wished to say to Mrs. Ashton, only a press of household affairs prevented her from paying attention to him, and when she went, according to her habit, to see that the light in the boys' chamber had been taken away, and to bid them good night, he seemed to be sleeping, though his face was unnaturally flushed to her thinking. Lord Saul, however, was pale and quiet and smiling in his slumber. Next morning it happened that Dr. Ashton was occupied in church and other business, and unable to take the boys' lessons. He therefore set them tasks to be written and brought to him. 3 times, if not oftener, Frank knocked at the study door, and each time the doctor chanced to be engaged with some visitor and sent the boy off rather roughly, which he later regretted. 2 clergymen were at dinner this day, and both remarked, being fathers of families, that the lad seemed sickening for a fever, in which they were too near the truth, and it had been better if he had been put to bed forthwith, for a couple of hours later in the afternoon he came running into the house, crying out in a way that was really terrifying, and rushing to Mrs. Ashton, clung about her, begging her to protect him, and saying, keep them off, without intermission. And it was now evident that some sickness had taken strong hold of him. He was therefore got to bed in another chamber from that in which he commonly lay, and the physician brought to him, who pronounced the disorder to be grave and affecting the lad's brain, and prognosticated a fatal end to it if strict quiet were not observed, and those sedative remedies used which he should prescribe. We are now come by another way to the point we had reached before. The Minster clock has been stopped from striking, and Lord Saul is on the threshold of the study. "What account can you give of this poor lad's state?" was Dr. Ashton's first question. "Why, sir, little more than you know already, I fancy. I must blame myself, though, for giving him a fright yesterday when we were acting that foolish play you saw. I fear I made him take it more to heart than I meant." "How so?" "Well, by telling him foolish tales I had picked up in Ireland of what we call the second sight." "Second sight? What kind of sight might that be?" "Why, you know our ignorant people pretend that some are able to foresee what is to come, sometimes in a glass or in the air maybe, and at Kildenham we had an old woman that pretended to such a power. And I dare say I coloured the matter more highly than I should, but I never dreamed Frank would take it so near as he did." "You were wrong, my lord, very wrong, in meddling with such superstitious matters at all, and you should have considered whose house you were in, and how little becoming such actions are to my character and person, or to your own. But pray, how came it that you, acting as you say a play, should fall upon anything that could so alarm Frank?" "That is what I can hardly tell, sir. He passed all in a moment from rant about battles and lovers and Cleodora and Antigenes to something I could not follow at all, and then dropped down as you saw." "Yes, was that at the moment when you laid your hand on the top of his head?" Lord Saul gave a quick look at his questioner, quick and spiteful, and for the first time seemed unready with an answer. "About that time it may have been," he said. "I have tried to recollect myself, but I am not sure. There was at any rate no significance in what I did then." "Ah," said Dr. Ashton. "Well, my lord, I should do wrong were I not to tell you that this fright of my poor nephew may have very ill consequences to him. The doctor speaks very despondingly of his state." Lord Saul pressed his hands together and looked earnestly upon Dr. Ashton. "I am willing to believe you had no bad intention, as assuredly you could have no reason to bear the poor boy malice, but I cannot wholly free you from blame in the affair." As he spoke, the hurrying steps were heard again, and Mrs. Ashton came quickly into the room carrying a candle, for the evening had by this time closed in. She was greatly agitated. "Oh, come," she cried. "Come directly. I am sure he is going." "Going? Frank, is it possible already?" With some such incoherent words, the doctor caught up a book of prayers from the table and ran out after his wife. Lord Saul stopped for a moment where he was. Molly, the maid, saw him bend over and put both hands to his face. If it were the last words she had to speak, she said afterwards, he was striving to keep back a fit of laughing. Then he went out softly, following the others. Mrs. Ashton was sadly right in her forecast. I have no inclination to imagine the last scene in detail. What Dr. Ashton records is, or may be taken to be, important to the story. They asked Frank if he would like to see his companion Lord Saul once again. The boy was quite collected, it appears, in these moments. "No," he said, "I do not want to see him. But you should tell him I am afraid he will be very cold." "What do you mean, my dear?" said Mrs. Ashton. "Only that," said Frank. "But say to him besides that I am free of them now, but he should take care. And I am sorry about your black cockerel, Aunt Ashton, but he said we must use it so if we were to see all that could be seen." Not many minutes after, he was gone. Both the Ashtons were grieved, she naturally most, but the doctor, though not an emotional man, felt the pathos of the early death. And besides, there was the growing suspicion that all had not been told him by Saul, and that there was something here which was out of his beaten track. When he left the chamber of death, it was to walk across the quadrangle of the residence to the sexton's house. A passing bell, the greatest of the Minster bells, must be rung, a grave must be dug in the Minster yard, and there was now no need to silence the chiming of the Minster clock. As he came slowly back in the dark, he thought he must see Lord Saul again. That matter of the black cockerel, trifling as it might seem, would have to be cleared up. It might be merely a fancy of the sick boy, but if not, was there not a witch trial he had read, in which some grim little rite of sacrifice had played a part? Yes, he must see Saul. I rather guess these thoughts of his than find written authority for them. That there was another interview is certain. Certain also that Saul would, or as he said, could, throw no light on Frank's words, though the message, or some part of it, appeared to affect him horribly. But there is no record of the talk in detail. It is only said that Saul sat all that evening in the study, and when he bid good night, which he did most reluctantly, asked for the doctor's prayers. The month of January was near its end when Lord Kildernan, in the embassy at Lisbon, received a letter that for once gravely disturbed that vain man and neglectful father. Saul was dead. The scene at Frank's burial had been very distressing. The day was awful in blackness and wind. The bearers, staggering blindly along under the flapping black pall, found it a hard job, when they emerged from the porch of the Minster, to make their way to the grave. Mrs. Ashton was in her room. Women did not then go to their kinsfolk's funerals, but Saul was there, draped in the mourning cloak of the time, and his face was white and fixed as that of one dead, except when, as was noticed 3 or 4 times, he suddenly turned his head to the left and looked over his shoulder. It was then alive with a terrible expression of listening fear. No one saw him go away, and no one could find him that evening. All night the gale buffeted the high windows of the church, and howled over the upland and roared through the woodland. It was useless to search in the open. No voice of shouting or cry for help could possibly be heard. All that Dr. Ashton could do was to warn the people about the college and the town constables, and to sit up on the alert for any news. And this he did. News came early next morning, brought by the sexton, whose business it was to open the church for early prayers at 7, and who sent the maid rushing upstairs with wild eyes and flying hair to summon her master. The two men dashed across to the south door of the minster, there to find Lord Saul clinging desperately to the great ring of the door, his head sunk between his shoulders, his stockings in rags, his shoes gone, his legs torn and bloody. This was what had to be told to Lord Kildernan, and this really ends the first part of the story. The tomb of Frank Sydall and of the Lord Viscount Saul, only child and heir to William Earl of Kildernan, is one, a stone altar tomb in Whitminster churchyard. Dr. Ashton lived on for over 30 years in his prebendal house, I do not know how quietly, but without visible disturbance. His successor preferred a house he already owned in the town and left that of the senior prebendary vacant. Between them, these two men saw the 18th century out and the 19th in, for Mr. Hines, the successor of Ashton, became prebendary at 29 and died at 89, so that it was not till 1823 or 1824 that anyone succeeded to the post who intended to make the house his home. The man who did was Dr. Henry Oldys, whose name may be known to some of my readers as that of the author of a row of volumes labelled Oldys's Works, which occupy a place that must be honoured since it is so rarely touched upon the shelves of many a substantial library. Dr. Oldys, his niece and his servants took some months to transfer furniture and books from his Dorsetshire parsonage to the quadrangle of Whitminster and to get everything into place. But eventually the work was done, and the house, which, though untenanted, had always been kept sound and weather-tight, woke up, and like Monte Cristo's mansion at Ute, lived, sang and bloomed once more. On a certain morning in June it looked especially fair, as Dr. Oldys strolled in his garden before breakfast and gazed over the red roof at the Minster Tower with its 4 gold vanes, backed by a very blue sky and very white little clouds. "Mary," he said, as he seated himself at the breakfast table and laid down something hard and shiny on the cloth, "here's a find which the boy made just now. You'll be sharper than I if you can guess what it's meant for." It was a round and perfectly smooth tablet, as much as an inch thick, of what seemed clear glass. "It is rather attractive at all events," said Mary. She was a fair woman with light hair and large eyes, rather a devotee of literature. "Yes," said her uncle. "I thought you'd be pleased with it. I presume it came from the house. It turned up in the rubbish heap in the corner." "I'm not sure that I do like it after all," said Mary some minutes later. "Why in the world not, my dear?" "I don't know, I'm sure. Perhaps it's only fancy." "Yes, only fancy and romance, of course. What's that book now, the name of that book, I mean, that you had your head in all yesterday?" "The Talisman, uncle. Oh, if this should turn out to be a talisman, how enchanting it would be." "Yes, the Talisman. Ah, well, you're welcome to it, whatever it is. I must be off about my business. Is all well in the house? Does it suit you? Any complaints from the servants' hall?" "No, indeed, nothing could be more charming. The only soupçon of a complaint, besides the lock of the linen closet, which I told you of, is that Mrs. Maple says she cannot get rid of the sawflies out of that room you pass through at the other end of the hall. By the way, are you sure you like your bedroom? It is a long way off from anyone else, you know." "Like it? To be sure I do. The further off from you, my dear, the better. There, don't think it necessary to beat me. Accept my apologies. But what are sawflies? Will they eat my coats? If not, they may have the room to themselves for what I care. We are not likely to be using it. No, of course not. Well, what she calls sawflies are those reddish things like a daddy-long-legs, but smaller, and there are a great many of them perching about that room, certainly. I don't like them, but I don't fancy they are mischievous." "There seem to be several things you don't like this fine morning," said her uncle as he closed the door. Miss Oldys remained in her chair looking at the tablet which she was holding in the palm of her hand. The smile that had been on her face faded slowly from it and gave place to an expression of curiosity and almost strained attention. Her reverie was broken by the entrance of Mrs. Maple and her invariable opening. "Oh, miss, could I speak to you a minute?" A letter from Miss Oldys to a friend in Lichfield, begun a day or two before, is the next source for this story. It is not devoid of traces of the influence of that leader of female thought in her day. Miss Anna Seward, known to some as the Swan of Lichfield. My sweetest Emily will be rejoiced to hear that we are at length, my beloved uncle and myself, settled in the house that now calls us master, nay, master and mistress, as in past ages it has called so many others. Here we taste a mingling of modern elegance and hoary antiquity, such as has never ere now graced life for either of us. The town, small as it is, affords us some reflection, pale indeed, but veritable, of the sweets of polite intercourse. The adjacent country numbers, amid the occupants of its scattered mansions, some whose polish is annually refreshed by contact with metropolitan splendour, and others whose robust and homely geniality is at times, and by way of contrast, not less cheering and acceptable. Tired of the parlours and drawing-rooms of our friends, we have ready to hand a refuge from the clash of wits, or the small talk of the day, amid the solemn beauties of our venerable minster, whose sylvan chimes daily knoll us to prayer, and in the shady walks of whose tranquil graveyard we muse with softened heart, and ever and anon with moistened eye, upon the memorials of the young, the beautiful, the aged, the wise, and the good. Here there is an abrupt break both in the writing and the style. But, my dearest Emily, I can no longer write with the care which you deserve, and in which we both take pleasure. What I have to tell you is wholly foreign to what has gone before. This morning my uncle brought into breakfast an object which had been found in the garden. It was a glass or crystal tablet of this shape. A little sketch is given, which he handed to me, and which, after he left the room, remained on the table by me. I gazed at it, I know not why, for some minutes, till called away by the day's duties. And you will smile incredulously when I say that I seemed to myself to begin to descry, reflected in it, objects and scenes which were not in the room where I was. You will not, however, be surprised that after such an experience I took the first opportunity to seclude myself in my room with what I now half believe to be a talisman of mickle might. I was not disappointed. I assure you, Emily, by that memory which is dearest to both of us, that what I went through this afternoon transcends the limits of what I had before deemed credible. In brief, what I saw, seated in my bedroom, in the broad daylight of summer, and looking into the crystal depth of that small round tablet, was this. First, a prospect strange to me of an enclosure of rough and hillocky grass, with a grey stone ruin in the midst and a wall of rough stones about it. In this stood an old and very ugly woman in a red cloak and ragged skirt, talking to a boy dressed in the fashion of maybe 100 years ago. She put something which glittered into his hand, and he something into hers, which I saw to be money, for a single coin fell from her trembling hand into the grass. The scene passed. I should have remarked, by the way, that on the rough walls of the enclosure I could distinguish bones and even a skull lying in a disorderly fashion. Next I was looking upon two boys, one the figure of the former vision, the other younger. They were in a plot of garden, walled around, and this garden, in spite of the difference in arrangement and the small size of the trees, I could clearly recognize as being that upon which I now look from my window. The boys were engaged in some curious play, it seemed. Something was smouldering on the ground. The elder placed his hands upon it, and then raised them in what I took to be an attitude of prayer. And I saw, and started at seeing, that on them were deep stains of blood. The sky above was overcast. The same boy now turned his face towards the wall of the garden, and beckoned with both his raised hands, and as he did so, I was conscious that some moving objects were becoming visible over the top of the wall, whether heads or other parts of some animal or human forms I could not tell. Upon the instant the elder boy turned sharply, seized the arm of the younger, who all this time had been poring over what lay on the ground, and both hurried off. I then saw blood upon the grass, a little pile of bricks, and what I thought were black feathers scattered about. That scene closed, and the next was so dark that perhaps the full meaning of it escaped me. But what I seemed to see was a form, at first crouching low among trees or bushes that were being threshed by a violent wind, then running very swiftly, and constantly turning a pale face to look behind him, as if he feared a pursuer. And indeed pursuers were following hard after him. Their shapes were but dimly seen, their number, 3 or 4 perhaps, only guessed. I suppose they were on the whole more like dogs than anything else, but dogs such as we have seen they assuredly were not. Could I have closed my eyes to this horror, I would have done so at once, but I was helpless. The last I saw was the victim darting beneath an arch and clutching at some object to which he clung, and those that were pursuing him overtook him, and I seemed to hear the echo of a cry of despair. It may be that I became unconscious. Certainly I had the sensation of awaking to the light of day after an interval of darkness. Such, in literal truth, Emily, was my vision, I can call it by no other name, of this afternoon. Tell me, have I not been the unwilling witness of some episode of a tragedy connected with this very house? The letter is continued next day. The tale of yesterday was not completed when I laid down my pen. I said nothing of my experiences to my uncle. You know yourself how little his robust common sense would be prepared to allow of them, and how in his eyes the specific remedy would be a black draught or a glass of port. After a silent evening then, silent, not sullen, I retired to rest. Judge of my terror, when, not yet in bed, I heard what I can only describe as a distant bellow, and knew it for my uncle's voice, though never in my hearing so exerted before. His sleeping room is at the further extremity of this large house, and to gain access to it one must traverse an antique hall some 80 feet long and a lofty panelled chamber, and 2 unoccupied bedrooms. In the second of these, a room almost devoid of furniture, I found him, in the dark, his candle lying smashed on the floor. As I ran in, bearing a light, he clasped me in arms that trembled for the first time since I have known him, thanked God, and hurried me out of the room. He would say nothing of what had alarmed him. Tomorrow was all I could get from him. A bed was hastily improvised for him in the room next to my own. I doubt if his night was more restful than mine. I could only get to sleep in the small hours when daylight was already strong, and then my dreams were of the grimmest, particularly one which stamped itself on my brain, and which I must set down on the chance of dispersing the impression it has made. It was that I came up to my room with a heavy foreboding of evil oppressing me, and went with a hesitation and reluctance I could not explain to my chest of drawers. I opened the top drawer, in which was nothing but ribbons and handkerchiefs, and then the second, where was as little to alarm, and then, oh heavens, the third and last, and there was a mass of linen neatly folded, upon which, as I looked with curiosity that began to be tinged with horror, I perceived a movement in it, and a pink hand was thrust out of the folds and began to grope feebly in the air. I could bear it no more, and rushed from the room, clapping the door after me, and strove with all my force to lock it. But the key would not turn in the wards, and from within the room came a sound of rustling and bumping, drawing nearer and nearer to the door. Why I did not flee down the stairs I know not. I continued grasping the handle, and mercifully, as the door was plucked from my hand with an irresistible force, I awoke. You may not think this very alarming, but I assure you it was so to me. At breakfast today my uncle was very uncommunicative, and I think ashamed of the fright he had given us, but afterwards he inquired of me whether Mr. Spearman was still in town, adding that he thought that was a young man who had some sense left in his head. I think you know, my dear Emily, that I am not inclined to disagree with him there, and also that I was not unlikely to be able to answer his question. To Mr. Spearman he accordingly went, and I have not seen him since. I must send this strange budget of news to you now, or it may have to wait over more than one post. The reader will not be far out if he guesses that Miss Mary and Mr. Spearman made a match of it not very long after this month of June. Mr. Spearman was a young spark who had a good property in the neighbourhood of Whitminster, and not unfrequently about this time spent a few days at the King's Head, ostensibly on business. But he must have had some leisure, for his diary is copious, especially for the days of which I am telling the story. It is probable to me that he wrote this episode as fully as he could at the bidding of Miss Mary. Uncle Oldies, how I hope I may have the right to call him so before long, called this morning. After throwing out a good many short remarks on indifferent topics, he said, I wish, Spearman, you'd listen to an odd story and keep a close tongue about it just for a bit, till I get more light on it. To be sure, said I, you may count on me. I don't know what to make of it, he said. You know my bedroom. It is well away from everyone else's, and I pass through the great hall and 2 or 3 other rooms to get to it. Is it at the end next the minster, then? I asked. Yes, it is. Well, now, yesterday morning my Mary told me that the room next before it was infested with some sort of fly that the housekeeper couldn't get rid of. That may be the explanation, or it may not. What do you think? Why, said I, you've not yet told me what has to be explained. True enough, I don't believe I have, but by the by, what are these sawflies? What's the size of them? I began to wonder if he was touched in the head. What I call a sawfly, I said very patiently, is a red animal, like a daddy longlegs, but not so big, perhaps an inch long, perhaps less. It is very hard in the body, and to me, I was going to say, particularly offensive, but he broke in. Come, an inch or less. That won't do. I can only tell you, I said, what I know. Would it not be better if you told me from first to last what it is that has puzzled you, and then I may be able to give you some kind of an opinion? He gazed at me meditatively. Perhaps it would, he said. I told Mary only today that I thought you had some vestiges of sense in your head. I bowed my acknowledgments. The thing is, I've an odd kind of shyness about talking of it. Nothing of the sort has happened to me before. Well, about 11 o'clock last night or after, I took my candle and set out for my room. I had a book in my other hand. I always read something for a few minutes before I drop off to sleep. A dangerous habit. I don't recommend it, but I know how to manage my light and my bed curtains. Now then, first, as I stepped out of my study into the great hearth that's next to it and shut the door, my candle went out. I supposed I had clapped the door behind me too quick and made a draught, and I was annoyed, for I'd no tinderbox nearer than my bedroom. But I knew my way well enough, and went on. The next thing was that my book was struck out of my hand in the dark. If I said twitched out of my hand, it would better express the sensation. It fell on the floor. I picked it up and went on, more annoyed than before and a little startled. But as you know, that hall has many windows without curtains, and in summer nights like these, it is easy to see not only where the furniture is, but whether there's anyone or anything moving. And there was no one, nothing of the kind. So on I went through the hall and through the audit chamber next to it, which also has big windows, and then into the bedrooms, which lead to my own, where the curtains were drawn, and I had to go slower because of steps here and there. It was in the second of those rooms that I nearly got my quietus. The moment I opened the door of it, I felt there was something wrong. I thought twice, I confess, whether I shouldn't turn back and find another way there to my room rather than go through that one. Then I was ashamed of myself and thought what people call better of it, though I don't know about better in this case. If I was to describe my experience exactly, I should say this. There was a dry, light rustling sound all over the room as I went in, and then, you remember it was perfectly dark, something seemed to rush at me, and there was, I don't know how to put it, a sensation of long thin arms or legs or feelers all about my face and neck and body. Very little strength in them there seemed to be, but Spearman, I don't think I was ever more horrified or disgusted in all my life that I remember. And it does take something to put me out. I roared out as loud as I could, and flung away my candle at random, and knowing I was near the window, I tore at the curtain, and somehow let in enough light to be able to see something waving, which I knew was an insect's leg by the shape of it. But Lord, what a size! Why, the beast must have been as tall as I am. And now you tell me sawflies are an inch long or less. What do you make of it, Spearman? For goodness sake, finish your story first, I said. I never heard anything like it. Oh, said he, there's no more to tell. Mary ran in with a light, and there was nothing there. I didn't tell her what was the matter. I changed my room for last night, and I expect for good. Have you searched this odd room of yours? I said. What do you keep in it? We don't use it, he answered. There's an old press there and some little other furniture. And in the press? said I. I don't know. I never saw it opened, but I do know that it's locked. Well, I should have it looked into, and if you had time, I own to having some curiosity to see the place myself. I didn't exactly like to ask you, but that's rather what I hoped you'd say. Name your time, and I'll take you there. No time like the present, I said at once, for I saw he would never settle down to anything while this affair was in suspense. He got up with great alacrity and looked at me, I am tempted to think, with marked approval. Come along, was all he said, however, and was pretty silent all the way to his house. My Mary, as he calls her in public, and I in private, was summoned, and we proceeded to the room. The doctor had gone so far as to tell her that he had had something of a fright there last night, of what nature he had not yet divulged, but now he pointed out and described very briefly the incidents of his progress. When we were near the important spot, he pulled up and allowed me to pass on. There's the room, he said. Go in, Spearman, and tell us what you find. Whatever I might have felt at midnight, noonday I was sure would keep back anything sinister, and I flung the door open with an air and stepped in. It was a well-lighted room with its large window on the right, though not, I thought, a very airy one. The principal piece of furniture was the gaunt old press of dark wood. There was, too, a four-post bedstead, a mere skeleton which could hide nothing, and there was a chest of drawers. On the window-sill and the floor near it were the dead bodies of many hundred sawflies, and one torpid one which I had some satisfaction in killing. I tried the door of the press, but could not open it. The drawers, too, were locked. Somewhere I was conscious there was a faint rustling sound, but I could not locate it, and when I made my report to those outside, I said nothing of it. But I said, clearly the next thing was to see what was in those locked receptacles. Uncle Oldys turned to Mary. "Mrs. Maple," he said, and Mary ran off. No one, I am sure, steps like her, and soon came back at a soberer pace, with an elderly lady of discreet aspect. "Have you the keys of these things, Mrs. Maple?" said Uncle Oldys. His simple words let loose a torrent, not violent but copious, of speech. Had she been a shade or two higher in the social scale, Mrs. Maple might have stood as the model for Miss Bates. "Oh, Doctor and Miss, and you too, sir," she said, acknowledging my presence with a bend. "Them keys. Who was that again that come when first we took over things in this house? A gentleman in business it was, and I gave him his luncheon in the small parlour on account of us not having everything as we should like to see it in the large one. Chicken and apple pie and a glass of Madeira. Dear, dear, you'll say I'm running on, Miss Mary, but I only mention it to bring back my recollection. And there it comes. Gardner, just the same as it did last week, with the artichokes and the text of the sermon. Now that Mr. Gardner, every key I got from him were labelled to itself, and each and every one was a key of some door or another in this house, and sometimes two. And when I say door, my meaning is door of a room, not like such a press as this is. Yes, Miss Mary, I know full well, and I'm just making it clear to your uncle and you too, sir. But now there was a box which this same gentleman he give over into my charge, and thinking no harm after he was gone, I took the liberty, knowing it was your uncle's property, to rattle it, and unless I'm most surprisingly deceived, in that box there was keys. But what keys that, Doctor, is known elsewhere, for open the box, know that I would not do. I wondered that Uncle Oldys remained as quiet as he did under this address. Mary, I knew, was amused by it, and he probably had been taught by experience that it was useless to break in upon it. At any rate, he did not, but merely said at the end, "Have you that box handy, Mrs. Maple? If so, you might bring it here." Mrs. Maple pointed her finger at him, either in accusation or in gloomy triumph. "There," she said, "was I to choose out the very words out of your mouth, Doctor, them would be the ones. And if I've took it to my own rebuke 1/2 times, it's been nearer 50. Laid awake I have in my bed, sat down in my chair I have, the same you and Miss Mary gave me the day I was 20 year in your service, and no person could desire a better. Yes, Miss Mary, but it is the truth, and well we know who it is would have it different if he could. All very well, says I to myself, but pray, when the doctor calls you to account for that box, what are you going to say? No, Doctor. If you were some masters I've heard of, and I was some servants I could name, I should have an easy task before me. But things being, humanly speaking, what they are, the one course open to me is just to say to you that without Miss Mary comes to my room and helps me to my recollection, which her wits may manage what slip beyond mine, no such box as that, small though it be, will cross your eyes this many a day to come. Why, dear Mrs. Maple, why didn't you tell me before that you wanted me to help you to find it? Said my Mary. No, never mind telling me why it was. Let us come at once and look for it. They hastened off together. I could hear Mrs. Maple beginning an explanation which, I doubt not, lusted into the furthest recesses of the housekeeper's department. Uncle Oldys and I were left alone. A valuable servant, he said, nodding towards the door. Nothing goes wrong under her. These speeches are seldom over 3 minutes. How will Miss Oldys manage to make her remember about the box? I asked. Mary? Oh, she'll make her sit down and ask her about her aunt's last illness, or who gave her the china dog on the mantelpiece. Something quite off the point. Then, as Maple says, one thing brings up another, and the right one will come round sooner than you could suppose. There, I believe I hear them coming back already. It was indeed so, and Mrs. Maple was hurrying on ahead of Mary with the box in her outstretched hand and a beaming face. What was it? She cried as she drew near. What was it, as I said, before ever I come out of Dorsetshire to this place? Not that I'm a Dorset woman myself, nor had need to be. Safe bind, safe find. And there it was in the place where I'd put it. What? 2 months back, I dare say. She handed it to Uncle Oldys, and he and I examined it with some interest, so that I ceased to pay attention to Mrs. Ann Maple for the moment, though I know that she went on to expound exactly where the box had been, and in what way Mary had helped to refresh her memory on the subject. It was an oldish box tied with pink tape and sealed, and on the lid was pasted a label inscribed in old ink, "The Senior Prebendary's House, Whitminster." On being opened, it was found to contain 2 keys of moderate size and a paper on which, in the same hand as the label, was "Keys of the Press and Box of Drawers, standing in the disused chamber." Also this: "The effects in this press and box are held by me, and to be held by my successors in the residence, in trust for the noble family of Kildonan, if claim be made by any survivor of it. I, having made all the inquiry possible to myself, am of the opinion that that noble house is wholly extinct, the last earl having been, as is notorious, cast away at sea, and his only child and heire deceased in my house. The papers as to which melancholy casualty were by me reposed in the same press, in this year of our Lord 1753, the 21st of March. I am further of opinion that unless grave discomfort arise, such persons, not being of the family of Kildonan, as shall become possessed of these keys, will be well advised to leave matters as they are, which opinion I do not express without weighty and sufficient reason, and am happy to have my judgment confirmed by the other members of this college and church who are conversant with the events referred to in this paper. Thomas Ashton, S.T.P., Prebendary Senior, William Blake, S.T.P., Decanus, Henry Goodman, S.T.B., Prebendary Junior. Ah, said Uncle Oldys, grave discomfort, so we thought there might be something. I suspect it was that young man, he went on, pointing with the key to the line about the only child and heir. Mary, the Viscounty of Kildonan was Saul. How do you know that, Uncle? Said Mary. Oh, why not? It's all in Debrett, 2 little fat books. But I meant the tomb by the lime walk. He's there. What's the story, I wonder? Do you know it, Mrs. Maple? And by the way, look at your sawflies by the window there. Mrs. Maple, thus confronted with 2 subjects at once, was a little put to it to do justice to both. It was no doubt rash in Uncle Oldys to give her the opportunity. I could only guess that he had some slight hesitation about using the key he held in his hand. Oh, them flies, how bad they was, Doctor and Miss, this 3 or 4 days, and you too, sir, you wouldn't guess, none of you. And how they come too. First we took the room in hand, the shutters was up and had been, I dare say, years upon years, and not a fly to be seen. Then we got the shutter bars down with a deal of trouble and left it so for the day. And next day I sent Susan in with the broom to sweep about, and not 2 minutes hadn't passed when out she come into the hall like a blind thing, and we had regular to beat them off her. Why, her cap and her hair, you couldn't see the colour of it, I do assure you, and all clustering round her eyes too. Fortunate enough she's not a girl with fancies, else if it had been me, why only the tickling of the nasty things would have drove me out of my wits, and now there they lay like so many dead things. Well, they was lively enough on the Monday, and now here's Thursday, is it, or no, Friday. Only to come near the door, and you'd hear them pattering up against it, and once you opened it dash at you, they would, as if they'd eat you. I couldn't help thinking to myself, if you was bats, where should we be this night? Nor you can't crash 'em, not like a usual kind of a fly. Well, there's something to be thankful for, if we could but learn by it. And then this tomb too, she said, hastening on to a second point to elude any chance of interruption of them 2 poor young lads. I say poor, and yet when I recollect myself, I was at tea with Mrs. Simpkins, the sexton's wife, before you come, Doctor and Miss Mary, and that's a family has been in the place, what? I dare say 100 years in that very house, and could put their hand on any tomb or yet grave in all the yard and give you name and age. And his account of that young man, Mr. Simpkins's, I mean to say, well. She compressed her lips and nodded several times. Tell us, Mrs. Maple, said Mary. Go on, said Uncle Aldies. What about him, said I. Never was such a thing seen in this place, not since Queen Mary's times and the Pope and all, said Mrs. Maple. Why, do you know he lived in this very house, him and them that was with him, and for all I can tell in this identical room. She shifted her feet uneasily on the floor. Who was with him? Do you mean the people of the house? Said Uncle Aldies suspiciously. Not to call people, Doctor, dear, no, was the answer. More what he brought with him from Ireland, I believe it was. No, the people in the house was the last to hear anything of his goings-on. But in the town not a family but knew how he stopped out at night, and them that was with him, why they were such as would strip the skin from the child in its grave. And a withered heart makes an ugly thin ghost, says Mr. Simpkins. But they turned on him at the last, he says, and there's the mark still to be seen on the minster door where they run him down. And that's no more than the truth, for I got him to show it to myself, and that's what he said. A lord he was, with a Bible name of a wicked king, whatever his godfathers could have been thinking of. Saul was the name, said Uncle Aldies. To be sure it was Saul, Doctor, and thank you. And now isn't it King Saul that we read of a raising up the dead ghost that was slumbering in its tomb till he disturbed it? And isn't that a strange thing, this young lord to have such a name? And Mr. Simpkins' grandfather to see him out of his window of a dark night, going about from one grave to another in the yard with a candle, and them that was with him following through the grass at his heels, and one night him to come right up to old Mr. Simpkins' window that gives on the yard, and press his face up against it to find out if there was anyone in the room that could see him. And only just time there was for old Mr. Simpkins to drop down like quiet just under the window and hold his breath, and not stir till he heard him stepping away again, and this rustling like in the grass after him as he went. And then when he looked out of his window in the morning, there was treadings in the grass, and a dead man's bone. Oh, he was a cruel child for certain, but he had to pay in the end, and after. After, said Uncle Aldies with a frown. Oh, yes, Doctor, night after night in old Mr. Simpkins' time, and his son, that's our Mr. Simpkins' father, yes, and our own Mr. Simpkins too. Up against that same window, particular when they've had a fire of a chilly evening, with his face right on the panes, and his hands fluttering out, and his mouth open and shut, for a minute or more, and then gone off in the dark yard. But open the window at such times, no, that they dare not do, though they could find it in their heart to pity the poor thing that pinched up with the cold, and seemingly fading away to a nothink as the years passed on. Well, indeed, I believe it is no more than the truth what our Mr. Simpkins says on his own grandfather's word. A withered heart makes an ugly thin ghost. I dare say, said Uncle Aldies suddenly, so suddenly that Mrs. Maple stopped short. Thank you. Come away, all of you. Why, Uncle, said Mary, Are you not going to open the press after all?" Uncle Oldys blushed, actually blushed. "My dear," he said, "you are at liberty to call me a coward or applaud me as a prudent man, whichever you please. But I am neither going to open that press nor that chest of drawers myself, nor am I going to hand over the keys to you or to any other person. Mrs. Maple, will you kindly see about getting a man or two to move those pieces of furniture into the garret?" "And when they do it, Mrs. Maple," said Mary, who seemed to me, I did not then know why, more relieved than disappointed by her uncle's decision, "I have something that I want put with the rest, only quite a small packet. We left that curious room not unwillingly, I think." Uncle Oldys's orders were carried out that same day. "And so," concludes Mr. Spearman, "Whitminster has a Bluebeard's chamber, and I am rather inclined to suspect a jack-in-the-box, awaiting some future occupant of the residence of the senior prebendary." The end. The Murdered Cousin by J.Sheridan Le Fanu and read by Christopher Holton. "And they lay wait for their own blood, they lurk privily for their own lives. So are the ways of every one that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owner thereof." This story of the Irish peerage is written, as nearly as possible, in the very words in which it was related by its heroine, the late Countess D, and is therefore told in the first person. "My mother died when I was an infant, and of her I have no recollection, even the faintest. By her death my education was left solely to the direction of my surviving parent. He entered upon his task with a stern appreciation of the responsibility thus cast upon him. My religious instruction was prosecuted with an almost exaggerated anxiety, and I had, of course, the best masters to perfect me in all those accomplishments which my station and wealth might seem to require. My father was what is called an oddity, and his treatment of me, though uniformly kind, was governed less by affection and tenderness than by a high and unbending sense of duty. Indeed, I seldom saw or spoke to him except at meal times, and then, though gentle, he was usually reserved and gloomy. His leisure hours, which were many, were passed either in his study or in solitary walks. In short, he seemed to take no further interest in my happiness or improvement than a conscientious regard to the discharge of his own duty would seem to impose. Shortly before my birth, an event occurred which had contributed much to induce and to confirm my father's unsocial habits. It was the fact that a suspicion of murder had fallen upon his younger brother, though not sufficiently definite to lead to any public proceedings, yet strong enough to ruin him in public opinion. This disgraceful and dreadful doubt cast upon the family name, my father felt deeply and bitterly, and not the less so that he himself was thoroughly convinced of his brother's innocence. The sincerity and strength of this conviction he shortly afterwards proved in a manner which produced the catastrophe of my story. Before, however, I enter upon my immediate adventures, I ought to relate the circumstances which had awakened that suspicion to which I have referred, inasmuch as they are in themselves somewhat curious, and in their effects most intimately connected with my own after history. My uncle, Sir Arthur Tyrrell, was a gay and extravagant man, and among other vices was ruinously addicted to gaming. This unfortunate propensity, even after his fortune had suffered so severely as to render retrenchment imperative, nevertheless continued to engross him, nearly to the exclusion of every other pursuit. He was, however, a proud or rather a vain man, and could not bear to make the diminution of his income a matter of triumph to those with whom he had hitherto competed, and the consequence was that he frequented no longer the expensive haunts of his dissipation, and retired from the gay world, leaving his coterie to discover his reasons as best they might. He did not, however, forego his favourite vice, for though he could not worship his great divinity in those costly temples where he was formerly wont to take his place, yet he found it very possible to bring about him a sufficient number of the votaries of chance to answer all his ends. The consequence was that Tragically, which was the name of my uncle's residence, was never without one or more of such visitors as I have described. It happened that upon one occasion he was visited by one Hugh Tisdall, a gentleman of loose and indeed low habits, but of considerable wealth, and who had in early youth travelled with my uncle upon the continent. The period of this visit was winter, and consequently the house was nearly deserted excepting by its ordinary inmates. It was therefore highly acceptable, particularly as my uncle was aware that his visitor's tastes accorded exactly with his own. Both parties seemed determined to avail themselves of their mutual suitability during the brief stay which Mr. Tisdall had promised. The consequence was that they shut themselves up in Sir Arthur's private room for nearly all the day and the greater part of the night during the space of almost a week, at the end of which the servant, having one morning, as usual, knocked at Mr. Tisdall's bedroom door repeatedly, received no answer, and upon attempting to enter, found that it was locked. This appeared suspicious, and the inmates of the house having been alarmed, the door was forced open, and on proceeding to the bed, they found the body of its occupant perfectly lifeless, and hanging halfway out, the head downwards, and near the floor. One deep wound had been inflicted upon the temple, apparently with some blunt instrument which had penetrated the brain, and another blow, less effective, probably the first aimed, had grazed his head, removing some of the scalp. The door had been double-locked upon the inside, in evidence of which the key still lay where it had been placed in the lock. The window, though not secured on the interior, was closed, a circumstance not a little puzzling, as it afforded the only other mode of escape from the room. It looked out, too, upon a kind of courtyard, round which the old building stood, formerly accessible by a narrow doorway and passage lying in the oldest side of the quadrangle, but which had since been built up, so as to preclude all ingress or egress. The room was also upon the second story, and the height of the window considerable. In addition to all which, the stone window-sill was much too narrow to allow of anyone standing upon it when the window was closed. Near the bed were found a pair of razors belonging to the murdered man, one of them upon the ground, and both of them open. The weapon which inflicted the mortal wound was not to be found in the room, nor were any footsteps or other traces of the murderer discoverable. At the suggestion of Sir Arthur himself, the coroner was instantly summoned to attend, and an inquest was held. Nothing, however, in any degree conclusive was elicited. The walls, ceiling and floor of the room were carefully examined, in order to ascertain whether they contained a trapdoor or other concealed mode of entrance, but no such thing appeared. Such was the minuteness of investigation employed, that although the grate had contained a large fire during the night, they proceeded to examine even the very chimney, in order to discover whether escape by it were possible. But this attempt too was fruitless, for the chimney, built in the old fashion, rose in a perfectly perpendicular line from the hearth to a height of nearly 14 feet above the roof, affording in its interior scarcely the possibility of ascent, the flue being smoothly plastered and sloping towards the top like an inverted funnel. Promising too, even if the summit were attained, owing to its great height, but a precarious descent upon the sharp and steep ridge roof. The ashes too, which lay in the grate, and the soot, as far as it could be seen, were undisturbed, a circumstance almost conclusive upon the point. Sir Arthur was of course examined. His evidence was given with clearness and unreserve, which seemed calculated to silence all suspicion. He stated that up to the day and night immediately preceding the catastrophe, he had lost to a heavy amount, but that at their last sitting he had not only won back his original loss, but upwards of £4,000 in addition, in evidence of which he produced an acknowledgment of debt to that amount in the handwriting of the deceased, bearing date the night of the catastrophe. He had mentioned the circumstance to Lady Tyrrell and in presence of some of his domestics, which statement was supported by their respective evidence. One of the jury shrewdly observed that the circumstance of Mr. Tisdall's having sustained so heavy a loss might have suggested to some ill-minded persons, accidentally hearing it, the plan of robbing him after having murdered him in such a manner as might make it appear that he had committed suicide, a supposition which was strongly supported by the razors having been found thus displaced and removed from their case. Two persons had probably been engaged in the attempt, one watching by the sleeping man and ready to strike him in case of his awakening suddenly, while the other was procuring the razors and employed in inflicting the fatal gash, so as to make it appear to have been the act of the murdered man himself. It was said that while the juror was making this suggestion, Sir Arthur changed colour. There was nothing, however, like legal evidence to implicate him, and the consequence was that the verdict was found against a person or persons unknown, and for some time the matter was suffered to rest, until, after about 5 months, my father received a letter from a person signing himself Andrew Collis, and representing himself to be the cousin of the deceased. This letter stated that his brother Sir Arthur was likely to incur not merely suspicion, but personal risk, unless he could account for certain circumstances connected with the recent murder, and contained a copy of a letter written by the deceased and dated the very day upon the night of which the murder had been perpetrated. Tisdall's letter contained, among a great deal of other matter, the passages which follow. I have had sharp work with Sir Arthur. He tried some of his stale tricks, but soon found that I was Yorkshire too. It would not do, you understand me. We went to the work like good ones, head, heart and soul. And in fact, since I came here, I have lost no time. I am rather fagged, but I am sure to be well paid for my hardship. I never want sleep so long as I can have the music of a dice box and wherewithal to pay the piper. As I told you, he tried some of his queer turns, but I foiled him like a man, and in return gave him more than he could relish of the genuine dead knowledge. In short, I have plucked the old baronet as never baronet was plucked before. I have scarce left him the stump of a quill. I have got promissory notes in his hand to the amount of blank. If you like round numbers, say £25,000, safely deposited in my portable strong box, alias double-class pocket book. I leave this ruinous old rat-hole early on tomorrow for 2 reasons. First, I do not want to play with Sir Arthur deeper than I think his security would warrant. And secondly, because I am safer 100 miles away from Sir Arthur than in the house with him. Look you, my worthy, I tell you this between ourselves. I may be wrong, but by I am sure as that I am now living, that Sir Arthur attempted to poison me last night, so much for old friendship on both sides. When I won the last stake, a heavy one enough, my friend leant his forehead upon his hands, and you'll laugh when I tell you that his head literally smoked like a hot dumpling. I do not know whether his agitation was produced by the plan which he had against me, or by his having lost so heavily, though it must be allowed that he had reason to be a little funked whichever way his thoughts went, but he pulled the bell and ordered 2 bottles of champagne. While the fellow was bringing them, he wrote a promissory note to the full amount, which he signed, and as the man came in with the bottles and glasses, he desired him to be off. He filled a glass for me, and while he thought my eyes were off, for I was putting up his note at the time, he dropped something slyly into it, no doubt to sweeten it, but I saw it all, and when he handed it to me, I said, with an emphasis which he might easily understand, "There is some sediment in it, I'll not drink it." "Is there?" said he, and at the same time snatched it from my hand and threw it into the fire. What do you think of that? Have I not a tender bird in hand? Win or lose, I will not play beyond 5,000 tonight, and tomorrow sees me safe out of the reach of Sir Arthur's champagne. Of the authenticity of this document I never heard my father express a doubt, and I am satisfied that, owing to his strong conviction in favour of his brother, he would not have admitted it without sufficient inquiry, inasmuch as it tended to confirm the suspicions which already existed to his prejudice. Now, the only point in this letter which made strongly against my uncle was the mention of the double-class pocket-book as the receptacle of the papers likely to involve him, for this pocket-book was not forthcoming, nor anywhere to be found, nor had any papers referring to his gaming transactions been discovered upon the dead man. But whatever might have been the original intention of this man, Collis, neither my uncle nor my father ever heard more of him. He published the letter, however, in Faulkner's newspaper, which was shortly afterwards made the vehicle of a much more mysterious attack. The passage in that journal to which I allude appeared about 4 years afterwards, and while the fatal occurrence was still fresh in public recollection. It commenced by a rambling preface stating that a certain person whom certain persons thought to be dead was not so but living and in full possession of his memory, and moreover ready and able to make great delinquents tremble. It then went on to describe the murder, without however mentioning names, and in doing so it entered into minute and circumstantial particulars of which none but an eyewitness could have been possessed, and by implications almost too unequivocal to be regarded in the light of insinuation, to involve the titled gambler in the guilt of the transaction. My father at once urged Sir Arthur to proceed against the paper in an action of libel, but he would not hear of it nor consent to my father's taking any legal steps whatever in the matter. My father, however, wrote in a threatening tone to Faulkner, demanding a surrender of the author of the obnoxious article. The answer to this application is still in my possession, and is penned in an apologetic tone. It states that the manuscript had been handed in, paid for, and inserted as an advertisement, without sufficient inquiry or any knowledge as to whom it referred. No step, however, was taken to clear my uncle's character in the judgment of the public, and as he immediately sold a small property, the application of the proceeds of which were known to none, he was said to have disposed of it to enable himself to buy off the threatened information. However the truth might have been, it is certain that no charges respecting the mysterious murder were afterwards publicly made against my uncle, and as far as external disturbances were concerned, he enjoyed henceforward perfect security and quiet. A deep and lasting impression, however, had been made upon the public mind, and Sir Arthur Tyrrell was no longer visited or noticed by the gentry of the county, whose attentions he had hitherto received. He accordingly affected to despise those courtesies which he no longer enjoyed, and shunned even that society which he might have commanded. This is all that I need recapitulate of my uncle's history, and I now recur to my own. Although my father had never within my recollection visited or been visited by my uncle, each being of unsocial, procrastinating and indolent habits, and their respective residences being very far apart, the one lying in the county of Galway, the other in that of Cork, he was strongly attached to his brother, and evinced his affection by an active correspondence, and by deeply and proudly resenting that neglect which had branded Sir Arthur as unfit to mix in society. When I was about 18 years of age, my father, whose health had been gradually declining, died, leaving me in heart wretched and desolate, and, owing to his habitual seclusion, with few acquaintances, and almost no friends. The provisions of his will were curious, and when I was sufficiently come to myself to listen to or comprehend them, surprised me not a little. All his vast property was left to me, and to the heirs of my body for ever, and in default of such heirs, it was to go after my death to my uncle Sir Arthur, without any entail. At the same time the will appointed him my guardian, desiring that I might be received within his house, and reside with his family and under his care during the term of my minority, and in consideration of the increased expense consequent upon such an arrangement, a handsome allowance was allotted to him during the term of my proposed residence. The object of this last provision I at once understood. My father desired, by making it the direct apparent interest of Sir Arthur, that I should die without issue, while at the same time he placed my person wholly in his power, to prove to the world how great and unshaken was his confidence in his brother's innocence and honour. It was a strange, perhaps an idle scheme, but as I had been always brought up in the habit of considering my uncle as a deeply injured man, and had been taught, almost as a part of my religion, to regard him as the very soul of honour, I felt no further uneasiness respecting the arrangement than that likely to affect a shy and timid girl at the immediate prospect of taking up her abode for the first time in her life among strangers. Previous to leaving my home, which I felt I should do with a heavy heart, I received a most tender and affectionate letter from my uncle, calculated, if anything could do so, to remove the bitterness of parting from scenes familiar and dear from my earliest childhood, and in some degree to reconcile me to the measure. It was upon a fine autumn day that I approached the old domain of Tragically. I shall not soon forget the impression of sadness and of gloom which all that I saw produced upon my mind. The sunbeams were falling with a rich and melancholy lustre upon the fine old trees, which stood in lordly groups, casting their long sweeping shadows over rock and sward. There was an air of neglect and decay about the spot, which amounted almost to desolation, and mournfully increased as we approached the building itself, near which the ground had been originally more artificially and carefully cultivated than elsewhere, and where consequently neglect more immediately and strikingly betrayed itself. As we proceeded, the road wound near the beds of what had been formerly 2 fish ponds, which were now nothing more than stagnant swamps, overgrown with rank weeds, and here and there encroached upon by the straggling underwood. The avenue itself was much broken, and in many places the stones were almost concealed by grass and nettles. The loose stone walls which had here and there intersected the broad park were in many places broken down, so as no longer to answer their original purpose as fences. Piers were now and then to be seen, but the gates were gone, and to add to the general air of dilapidation, some huge trunks were lying scattered through the venerable old trees, either the work of the winter storms, or perhaps the victims of some extensive but desultory scheme of denudation, which the projector had not capital or perseverance to carry into full effect. After the carriage had travelled a full mile of this avenue, we reached the summit of a rather abrupt eminence, one of the many which added to the picturesqueness, if not to the convenience of this rude approach. From the top of this ridge the grey walls of Tragically were visible, rising at a small distance in front, and darkened by the hoary wood, which crowded around them. It was a quadrangular building of considerable extent, and the front, where the great entrance was placed, lay towards us, and bore unequivocal marks of antiquity. The time-worn, solemn aspect of the old building, the ruinous and deserted appearance of the whole place, and the associations which connected it with a dark page in the history of my family, combined to depress spirits already predisposed for the reception of sombre and dejecting impressions. When the carriage drew up in the grass-grown courtyard before the hall door, 2 lazy-looking men, whose appearance well accorded with that of the place which they tenanted, alarmed by the obstreperous barking of a great chained dog, ran out from some half-ruinous outhouses, and took charge of the horses. The hall door stood open, and I entered a gloomy and imperfectly lighted apartment, and found no one within it. However, I had not long to wait in this awkward predicament, for before my luggage had been deposited in the house, indeed before I had well removed my cloak and other muffles, so as to enable me to look around, a young girl ran lightly into the hall, and kissing me heartily and somewhat boisterously, exclaimed, "My dear cousin, my dear Margaret, I am so delighted, so out of breath. We did not expect you till 10 o'clock. My father is somewhere about the place. He must be close at hand. James, Corney, run out and tell your master. My brother is seldom at home, at least at any reasonable hour. You must be so tired, so fatigued. Let me show you to your room. See that Lady Margaret's luggage is all brought up. You must lie down and rest yourself. Deborah, bring some coffee up these stairs. We are so delighted to see you. You cannot think how lonely I have been. How steep these stairs are not they? I am so glad you are come. I could hardly bring myself to believe that you were really coming. How good of you, dear Lady Margaret." There was real good nature and delight in my cousin's greeting, and a kind of constitutional confidence of manner which placed me at once at ease, and made me feel immediately upon terms of intimacy with her. The room into which she ushered me, although partaking in the general air of decay which pervaded the mansion and all about it, had nevertheless been fitted up with evident attention to comfort, and even with some dingy attempt at luxury. But what pleased me most was that it opened by a second door, upon a lobby which communicated with my fair cousin's apartment, a circumstance which divested the room, in my eyes, of the air of solitude and sadness which would otherwise have characterized it to a degree almost painful to one so depressed and agitated as I was. After such arrangements as I found necessary were completed, we both went down to the parlour, a large wainscoted room, hung round with grim old portraits, and, as I was not sorry to see, containing in its ample grate a large and cheerful fire. Here my cousin had leisure to talk more at her ease, and from her I learned something of the manners and the habits of the two remaining members of her family, whom I had not yet seen. On my arrival I had known nothing of the family among whom I was come to reside, except that it consisted of 3 individuals, my uncle and his son and daughter, Lady Tyrrell having been long dead. In addition to this very scanty stock of information, I shortly learned from my communicative companion that my uncle was, as I had suspected, completely retired in his habits, and besides that, having been, so far back as she could well recollect, always rather strict, as reformed rakes frequently become, he had latterly been growing more gloomily and sternly religious than heretofore. Her account of her brother was far less favourable, though she did not say anything directly to his disadvantage. From all that I could gather from her, I was led to suppose that he was a specimen of the idle, coarse-mannered, profligate squirearchy, a result which might naturally have followed from the circumstance of his being, as it were, outlawed from society, and driven for companionship to grades below his own, enjoying too the dangerous prerogative of spending a good deal of money. However, you may easily suppose that I found nothing in my cousin's communication fully to bear me out in so very decided a conclusion. I awaited the arrival of my uncle, which was every moment to be expected, with feelings half of alarm, half of curiosity, a sensation which I have often since experienced, though to a less degree, when upon the point of standing for the first time in the presence of one of whom I have long been in the habit of hearing or thinking with interest. It was, therefore, with some little perturbation that I heard, first a slight bustle at the outer door, then a slow step traversed the hall, and finally witnessed the door open and my uncle enter the room. He was a striking-looking man. From peculiarities both of person and of dress, the whole effect of his appearance amounted to extreme singularity. He was tall, and when young his figure must have been strikingly elegant. As it was, however, its effect was marred by a very decided stoop. His dress was of a sober colour, and in fashion anterior to anything which I could remember. It was, however, handsome, and by no means carelessly put on, but what completed the singularity of his appearance was his uncut white hair, which hung in long but not at all neglected curls, even so far as his shoulders, and which combined with his regularly classic features and fine dark eyes to bestow upon him an air of venerable dignity and pride which I have seldom seen equalled elsewhere. I rose as he entered and met him about the middle of the room. He kissed my cheek and both my hands, saying, "You are most welcome, dear child, as welcome as the command of this poor place and all that it contains can make you. I am rejoiced to see you, truly rejoiced. I trust that you are not much fatigued. Pray be seated again." He led me to my chair and continued, "I am glad to perceive you have made acquaintance with Emily already. I see in your being thus brought together the foundation of a lasting friendship. You are both innocent and both young. God bless you, and make you all that I could wish." He raised his eyes and remained for a few moments silent, as if in secret prayer. I felt that it was impossible that this man, with feelings manifestly so tender, could be the wretch that public opinion had represented him to be. I was more than ever convinced of his innocence. His manners were, or appeared to me, most fascinating. I know not how the lights of experience might have altered this estimate, but I was then very young, and I beheld in him a perfect mingling of the courtesy of polished life with the gentlest and most genial virtues of the heart. A feeling of affection and respect towards him began to spring up within me, the more earnest that I remembered how sorely he had suffered in fortune and how cruelly in fame. My uncle, having given me fully to understand that I was most welcome and might command whatever was his own, pressed me to take some supper, and on my refusing he observed that before bidding me good night, he had one duty further to perform, one in which he was convinced I would cheerfully acquiesce. He then proceeded to read a chapter from the Bible, after which he took his leave with the same affectionate kindness with which he had greeted me, having repeated his desire that I should consider everything in his house as altogether at my disposal. It is needless to say how much I was pleased with my uncle. It was impossible to avoid being so, and I could not help saying to myself, if such a man as this is not safe from the assaults of slander, who is? I felt much happier than I had done since my father's death, and enjoyed that night the first refreshing sleep which had visited me since that calamity. My curiosity respecting my male cousin did not long remain unsatisfied. He appeared upon the next day at dinner. His manners, though not so coarse as I had expected, were exceedingly disagreeable. There was an assurance and a forwardness for which I was not prepared. There was less of the vulgarity of manner, and almost more of that of the mind, than I had anticipated. I felt quite uncomfortable in his presence. There was just that confidence in his look and tone which would breed encouragement even in mere toleration, and I felt more disgusted and annoyed at the coarse and extravagant compliments which he was pleased from time to pay me, than perhaps the extent of the atrocity might fully have warranted. It was, however, one consolation that he did not often appear, being much engrossed by pursuits about which I neither knew nor cared anything, but when he did, his attentions, either with a view to his amusement or to some more serious object, were so obviously and perseveringly directed to me, that young and inexperienced as I was, even I could not be ignorant of their significance. I felt more provoked by this odious persecution than I can express, and discouraged him with so much vigour that I did not stop even at rudeness to convince him that his assiduities were unwelcome, but all in vain. This had gone on for nearly a 12-month to my infinite annoyance, when one day, as I was sitting at some needlework with my companion Emily, as was my habit, in the parlour, the door opened, and my cousin Edward entered the room. There was something I thought odd in his manner, a kind of struggle between shame and impudence, a kind of flurry and ambiguity which made him appear, if possible, more than ordinarily disagreeable. "Your servant, ladies," he said, seating himself at the same time. "Sorry to spoil your tete-a-tete, but never mind. I'll only take Emily's place for a minute or two, and then we part for a while, fair cousin. Emily, my father wants you in the corner turret. No shilly-shally, he's in a hurry." She hesitated. "Be off, tramp march, I say," he exclaimed, in a tone which the poor girl dared not disobey. She left the room, and Edward followed her to the door. He stood there for a minute or two, as if reflecting what he should say, perhaps satisfying himself that no one was within hearing in the hall. At length he turned about, having closed the door, as if carelessly, with his foot, and advancing slowly in deep thought, he took his seat at the side of the table opposite to mine. There was a brief interval of silence, after which he said, "I imagine that you have a shrewd suspicion of the object of my early visit. But I suppose I must go into particulars. Must I? I have no conception, I replied, what your object may be. Well, well, said he, becoming more at his ease as he proceeded, it may be told in a few words. You know that it is totally impossible, quite out of the question, that an off-hand young fellow like me and a good-looking girl like yourself could meet continually as you and I have done, without an attachment, a liking growing up on one side or other. In short, I think I have let you know as plainly as if I spoke it, that I have been in love with you almost from the first time I saw you. He paused, but I was too much horrified to speak. He interpreted my silence favourably. I can tell you, he continued, I'm reckoned rather hard to please and very hard to hit. I can't say when I was taken with a girl before, so you see fortune reserved me. Here the odious wretch actually put his arm round my waist. The action at once restored me to utterance, and with the most indignant vehemence I released myself from his hold, and at the same time said, I have, sir, of course, perceived your most disagreeable attentions. They have long been a source of great annoyance to me, and you must be aware that I have marked my disapprobation, my disgust, as unequivocally as I possibly could, without actual indelicacy. I paused almost out of breath from the rapidity with which I had spoken, and without giving him time to renew the conversation, I hastily quitted the room, leaving him in a paroxysm of rage and mortification. As I ascended the stairs, I heard him open the parlour door with violence, and take 2 or 3 rapid strides in the direction in which I was moving. I was now much frightened, and ran the whole way until I reached my room, and having locked the door, I listened breathlessly, but heard no sound. This relieved me for the present, but so much had I been overcome by the agitation and annoyance attendant upon the scene which I had just passed through, that when my cousin Emily knocked at the door, I was weeping in great agitation. You will readily conceive my distress, when you reflect upon my strong dislike to my cousin Edward, combined with my youth and extreme inexperience. Any proposal of such a nature must have agitated me, but that it should come from the man whom, of all others, I instinctively most loathed and abhorred, and to whom I had, as clearly as manner could do it, expressed the state of my feelings, was almost too annoying to be borne. It was a calamity, too, in which I could not claim the sympathy of my cousin Emily, which had always been extended to me in my minor grievances. Still I hoped that it might not be unattended with good, for I thought that one inevitable and most welcome consequence would result from this painful éclaircissement in the discontinuance of my cousin's odious persecution. When I arose next morning, it was with the fervent hope that I might never again behold his face, or even hear his name. But such a consummation, though devoutly to be wished, was hardly likely to occur. The painful impressions of yesterday were too vivid to be at once erased, and I could not help feeling some dim foreboding of coming annoyance and evil. To expect on my cousin's part anything like delicacy or consideration for me was out of the question. I saw that he had set his heart upon my property, and that he was not likely easily to forego such a prize, possessing what might have been considered opportunities and facilities almost to compel my compliance. I now keenly felt the unreasonableness of my father's conduct in placing me to reside with a family, with all the members of which, with one exception, he was wholly unacquainted, and I bitterly felt the helplessness of my situation. I determined, however, in the event of my cousin's persevering in his addresses, to lay all the particulars before my uncle, although he had never, in kindness or intimacy, gone a step beyond our first interview, and to throw myself upon his hospitality and his sense of honour for protection against a repetition of such annoyances. My cousin's conduct may appear to have been an inadequate cause for such serious uneasiness, but my alarm was awakened neither by his acts nor by words, but entirely by his manner, which was strange and even intimidating. At the beginning of our yesterday's interview there was a sort of bullying swagger in his air, which towards the end gave place to something bordering upon the brutal vehemence of an undisguised ruffian, a transition which had tempted me into a belief that he might seek, even forcibly, to extort from me a consent to his wishes, or by means still more horrible, of which I scarcely dared to trust myself to think, to possess himself of my property. I was early next day summoned to attend my uncle in his private room, which lay in a corner turret of the old building, and thither I accordingly went, wondering all the way what this unusual measure might prelude. When I entered the room he did not rise in his usual courteous way to greet me, but simply pointed to a chair opposite to his own. This boded nothing agreeable. I sat down, however, silently waiting until he should open the conversation. "Lady Margaret," at length he said, in a tone of greater sternness than I thought him capable of using, "I have hitherto spoken to you as a friend, but I have not forgotten that I am also your guardian, and that my authority as such gives me a right to control your conduct. I shall put a question to you, and I expect and will demand a plain, direct answer. Have I rightly been informed that you have contemptuously rejected the suit in hand of my son Edward?" I stammered forth with a good deal of trepidation. "I believe, that is, I have, sir, rejected my cousin's proposals, and my coldness and discouragement might have convinced him that I had determined to do so." "Madam," replied he with suppressed, but, as it appeared to me, intense anger, "I have lived long enough to know that coldness and discouragement, and such terms, form the common cant of a worthless coquette. You know to the full, as well as I, that coldness and discouragement may be so exhibited as to convince their object that he is neither distasteful nor indifferent to the person who wears that manner. You know, too, none better, that an affected neglect, when skilfully managed, is amongst the most formidable of the allurements which artful beauty can employ. I tell you, madame, that having, without one word spoken in discouragement, permitted my son's most marked attentions for a 12-month or more, you have no right to dismiss him with no further explanation than demurely telling him that you had always looked coldly upon him, and neither your wealth nor your ladyship," there was an emphasis of scorn on the word which would have become Sir Giles Overreach himself, "can warrant you in treating with contempt the affectionate regard of an honest heart." I was too much shocked at this undisguised attempt to bully me into an acquiescence in the interested and unprincipled plan for their own aggrandizement, which I now perceived my uncle and his son had deliberately formed at once to find strength or collectedness to frame an answer to what he had said. At length I replied with a firmness that surprised myself. "In all that you have just now said, sir, you have grossly misstated my conduct and motives. Your information must have been most incorrect as far as it regards my conduct towards my cousin. My manner towards him could have conveyed nothing but dislike, and if anything could have added to the strong aversion which I have long felt towards him, it would be his attempting thus to frighten me into a marriage which he knows to be revolting to me, and which is sought by him only as a means for securing to himself whatever property is mine." As I said this, I fixed my eyes upon those of my uncle, but he was too old in the world's ways to falter beneath the gaze of more searching eyes than mine. He simply said, "Are you acquainted with the provisions of your father's will?" I answered in the affirmative, and he continued, "Then you must be aware that if my son Edward were, which God forbid, the unprincipled, reckless man, the ruffian you pretend to think him—" Here he spoke very slowly, as if he intended that every word which escaped him should be registered in my memory, while at the same time the expression of his countenance underwent a gradual but horrible change, and the eyes which he fixed upon me became so darkly vivid that I almost lost sight of everything else. "If he were what you have described him, do you think, child, he would have found no shorter way than marriage to gain his ends? A single blow, an outrage not a degree worse than you insinuate, would transfer your property to us. I stood staring at him for many minutes after he had ceased to speak, fascinated by the terrible serpent-like gaze, until he continued with a welcome change of countenance. "I will not speak again to you upon this topic until 1 month has passed. You shall have time to consider the relative advantages of the two courses which are open to you. I should be sorry to hurry you to a decision. I am satisfied with having stated my feelings upon the subject and pointed out to you the path of duty. Remember this day-month, not one word sooner." He then rose and I left the room much agitated and exhausted. This interview, all the circumstances attending it, but most particularly the formidable expression of my uncle's countenance while he talked, though hypothetically of murder, combined to arouse all my worst suspicions of him. I dreaded to look upon the face that had so recently worn the appalling livery of guilt and malignity. I regarded it with the mingled fear and loathing with which one looks upon an object which has tortured them in a nightmare. In a few days after the interview, the particulars of which I have just detailed, I found a note upon my toilet table, and on opening it I read as follows: "My dear Lady Margaret, you will be perhaps surprised to see a strange face in your room today. I have dismissed your Irish maid and secured a French one to wait upon you, a step rendered necessary by my proposing shortly to visit the continent with all my family. Your faithful guardian, Arthur Tyrrell." On inquiry, I found that my faithful attendant was actually gone and far on her way to the town of Galway, and in her stead there appeared a tall, raw-boned, ill-looking, elderly Frenchwoman, whose sullen and presuming manners seemed to imply that her vocation had never before been that of a lady's maid. I could not help regarding her as a creature of my uncle's, and therefore to be dreaded, even had she been in no other way suspicious. Days and weeks passed away without any, even a momentary doubt upon my part, as to the course to be pursued by me. The allotted period had at length elapsed. The day arrived upon which I was to communicate my decision to my uncle. Although my resolution had never for a moment wavered, I could not shake off the dread of the approaching colloquy, and my heart sank within me as I heard the expected summons. I had not seen my cousin Edward since the occurrence of the grand éclaircissement. He must have studiously avoided me. I suppose from policy it could not have been from delicacy. I was prepared for a terrific burst of fury from my uncle as soon as I should make known my determination, and I not unreasonably feared that some act of violence or of intimidation would next be resorted to. Filled with these dreary forebodings, I fearfully opened the study door, and the next minute I stood in my uncle's presence. He received me with a courtesy which I dreaded, as arguing a favourable anticipation respecting the answer which I was to give, and after some slight delay he began by saying, "It will be a relief to both of us, I believe, to bring this conversation as soon as possible to an issue. You will excuse me then, my dear niece, for speaking with a bluntness which under other circumstances would be unpardonable. You have, I am certain, given the subject of our last interview fair and serious consideration, and I trust that you are now prepared with candour to lay your answer before me. A few words will suffice. We perfectly understand one another." He paused, and I, though feeling that I stood upon a mine which might in an instant explode, nevertheless answered with perfect composure, "I must now, sir, make the same reply which I did upon the last occasion, and I reiterate the declaration which I then made, that I never can nor will, while life and reason remain, consent to a union with my cousin Edward." This announcement wrought no apparent change in Sir Arthur, except that he became deadly, almost lividly pale. He seemed lost in dark thought for a minute, and then, with a slight effort, said, "You have answered me honestly and directly, and you say your resolution is unchangeable. Well, would it had been otherwise? Would it had been otherwise? But be it as it is, I am satisfied." He gave me his hand. It was cold and damp as death. Under an assumed calmness, it was evident that he was fearfully agitated. He continued to hold my hand with an almost painful pressure, while, as if unconsciously, seeming to forget my presence, he muttered, "Strange, strange, strange indeed. Fatuity, helpless fatuity." There was here a long pause. Madness indeed to strain a cable that is rotten to the very heart. It must break, and then all goes. There was again a pause of some minutes, after which, suddenly changing his voice and manner to one of wakeful alacrity, he exclaimed, "Margaret, my son Edward shall plague you no more. He leaves this country tomorrow for France. He shall speak no more upon this subject. Never, never more. Whatever events depended upon your answer must now take their own course. But as for this fruitless proposal, it has been tried enough. It can be repeated no more." At these words he coldly suffered my hand to drop, as if to express his total abandonment of all his projected schemes of alliance, and certainly the action, with the accompanying words, produced upon my mind a more solemn and depressing effect than I believe possible to have been caused by the course which I had determined to pursue. It struck upon my heart with an awe and heaviness which will accompany the accomplishment of an important and irrevocable act, even though no doubt or scruple remains to make it possible that the agent should wish it undone. "Well," said my uncle after a little time, "we now cease to speak upon this topic, never to resume it again. Remember, you shall have no farther uneasiness from Edward. He leaves Ireland for France tomorrow. This will be a relief to you. May I depend upon your honour that no word touching the subject of this interview shall ever escape you?" I gave him the desired assurance. He said, "It is well. I am satisfied. We have nothing more, I believe, to say upon either side, and my presence must be a restraint upon you. I shall therefore bid you farewell." I then left the apartment, scarcely knowing what to think of the strange interview which had just taken place. On the next day my uncle took occasion to tell me that Edward had actually sailed, if his intention had not been prevented by adverse winds or weather, and 2 days after he actually produced a letter from his son, written, as it said, on board, and dispatched while the ship was getting under way. This was a great satisfaction to me, and as being likely to prove so, it was no doubt communicated to me by Sir Arthur. During all this trying period I had found infinite consolation in the society and sympathy of my dear cousin Emily. I never in after-life formed a friendship so close, so fervent, and upon which, in all its progress, I could look back with feelings of such unalloyed pleasure, upon whose termination I must ever dwell with so deep, so yet unembittered a sorrow. In cheerful converse with her, I soon recovered my spirits considerably, and passed my time agreeably enough, although still in the utmost seclusion. Matters went on smoothly enough, although I could not help sometimes feeling a momentary but horrible uncertainty respecting my uncle's character, which was not altogether unwarranted by the circumstances of the 2 trying interviews, the particulars of which I have just detailed. The unpleasant impression which these conferences were calculated to leave upon my mind was fast wearing away, when there occurred a circumstance, slight indeed in itself, but calculated irrepressibly to awaken all my worst suspicions and to overwhelm me again with anxiety and terror. I had one day left the house with my cousin Emily, in order to take a ramble of considerable length, for the purpose of sketching some favourite views, and we had walked about half a mile when I perceived that we had forgotten our drawing materials, the absence of which would have defeated the object of our walk. Laughing at our own thoughtlessness, we returned to the house, and leaving Emily outside, I ran upstairs to procure the drawing books and pencil which lay in my bedroom. As I ran up the stairs, I was met by the tall, ill-looking Frenchwoman, evidently a good deal flurried. "Que veut madame?" said she, with a more decided effort to be polite than I had ever known her make before. No matter," said I, hastily running by her in the direction of my room. "Madame," cried she in a high key, Restez ici s'il vous plaît, votre chambre n'est pas faite. I continued to move on without heeding her. She was some way behind me, and feeling that she could not otherwise prevent my entrance, for I was now upon the very lobby, she made a desperate attempt to seize hold of my person. She succeeded in grasping the end of my shawl, which she drew from my shoulders, but slipping at the same time upon the polished oak floor, she fell at full length upon the boards. A little frightened as well as angry at the rudeness of this strange woman, I hastily pushed open the door of my room, at which I now stood, in order to escape from her. But great was my amazement on entering to find the apartment preoccupied. The window was open, and beside it stood two male figures. They appeared to be examining the fastenings of the casement, and their backs were turned towards the door. One of them was my uncle. They both had turned on my entrance, as if startled. The stranger was booted and cloaked, and wore a heavy broad-leaved hat over his brows. He turned but for a moment, and averted his face, but I had seen enough to convince me that he was no other than my cousin Edward. My uncle had some iron instrument in his hand, which he hastily concealed behind his back, and coming towards me, said something as if in an explanatory tone, but I was too much shocked and confounded to understand what it might be. He said something about repairs, window frames, cold, and safety. I did not wait, however, to ask or to receive explanations, but hastily left the room. As I went downstairs, I thought I heard the voice of the Frenchwoman in all the shrill volubility of excuse, and others uttering suppressed but vehement imprecations, or what seemed to me to be such. I joined my cousin Emily quite out of breath. I need not say that my head was too full of other things to think much of drawing for that day. I imparted to her frankly the cause of my alarms, but at the same time as gently as I could, and with tears she promised vigilance, devotion, and love. I never had reason for a moment to repent the unreserved confidence which I then reposed in her. She was no less surprised than I at the unexpected appearance of Edward, whose departure for France neither of us had for a moment doubted, but which was now proved by his actual presence to be nothing more than an imposture practised, I feared, for no good end. The situation in which I had found my uncle had very nearly removed all my doubts as to his designs. I magnified suspicions into certainties, and dreaded night after night that I should be murdered in my bed. The nervousness produced by sleepless nights and days of anxious fears increased the horrors of my situation to such a degree that I at length wrote a letter to a Mr. Jeffreys, an old and faithful friend of my father's, and perfectly acquainted with all his affairs, praying him for God's sake to relieve me from my present terrible situation, and communicating without reserve the nature and grounds of my suspicions. This letter I kept sealed and directed for 2 or 3 days always about my person, for discovery would have been ruinous, in expectation of an opportunity which might be safely trusted of having it placed in the post office, as neither Emily nor I were permitted to pass beyond the precincts of the domain itself, which was surrounded by high walls formed of dry stone. The difficulty of procuring such an opportunity was greatly enhanced. At this time, Emily had a short conversation with her father, which she reported to me instantly. After some indifferent matter, he had asked her whether she and I were upon good terms, and whether I was unreserved in my disposition. She answered in the affirmative, and he then inquired whether I had been much surprised to find him in my chamber on the other day. She answered that I had been both surprised and amused. And what did she think of George Wilson's appearance? Who? Inquired she. Oh, the architect, he answered, who is to contract for the repairs of the house. He is accounted a handsome fellow. She could not see his face, said Emily, and she was in such a hurry to escape that she scarcely observed him. Sir Arthur appeared satisfied, and the conversation ended. This slight conversation, repeated accurately to me by Emily, had the effect of confirming, if indeed anything was required to do so, all that I had before believed as to Edward's actual presence, and I naturally became, if possible, more anxious than ever to dispatch the letter to Mr. Jeffreys. An opportunity at length occurred. As Emily and I were walking one day near the gate of the domain, a lad from the village happened to be passing down the avenue from the house. The spot was secluded, and as this person was not connected by service with those whose observation I dreaded, I committed the letter to his keeping, with strict injunctions that he should put it without delay into the receiver of the town post office. At the same time I added a suitable gratuity, and the man, having made many protestations of punctuality, was soon out of sight. He was hardly gone when I began to doubt my discretion in having trusted him, but I had no better or safer means of dispatching the letter, and I was not warranted in suspecting him of such wanton dishonesty as a disposition to tamper with it. But I could not be quite satisfied of its safety until I had received an answer, which could not arrive for a few days. Before I did, however, an event occurred which a little surprised me. I was sitting in my bedroom early in the day, reading by myself, when I heard a knock at the door. "Come in," said I, and my uncle entered the room. "Will you excuse me?" said he. "I sought you in the parlour, and thence I have come here. I desire to say a word to you. I trust that you have hitherto found my conduct to you such as that of a guardian towards his ward should be." I dared not withhold my assent. "And," he continued, "I trust that you have not found me harsh or unjust, and that you have perceived, my dear niece, that I have sought to make this poor place as agreeable to you as may be." I assented again, and he put his hand in his pocket, whence he drew a folded paper, and dashing it upon the table with startling emphasis, he said, "Did you write that letter?" The sudden and fearful alteration of his voice, manner, and face, but more than all the unexpected production of my letter to Mr. Jeffreys, which I at once recognised, so confounded and terrified me that I felt almost choking. I could not utter a word. "Did you write that letter?" he repeated, with slow and intense emphasis. "You did, liar and hypocrite. You dared to write that foul and infamous libel, but it shall be your last. Men will universally believe you mad if I choose to call for an inquiry. I can make you appear so. The suspicions expressed in this letter are the hallucinations and alarms of a moping lunatic. I have defeated your first attempt, madam, and by the holy God, if ever you make another, chains, darkness, and the keeper's whip shall be your portion." With these astounding words he left the room, leaving me almost fainting. I was now almost reduced to despair. My last cast had failed. I had no course left but that of escaping secretly from the castle and placing myself under the protection of the nearest magistrate. I felt if this were not done and speedily that I should be murdered. No one from mere description can have an idea of the unmitigated horror of my situation. A helpless, weak, inexperienced girl, placed under the power and wholly at the mercy of evil men, and feeling that I had it not in my power to escape for one moment from the malignant influences under which I was probably doomed to fall. With a consciousness, too, that if violence, if murder were designed, no human being would be near to aid me. My dying shriek would be lost in void space. I had seen Edward but once during his visit, and as I did not meet him again, I began to think that he must have taken his departure, a conviction which was to a certain degree satisfactory, as I regarded his absence as indicating the removal of immediate danger. Emily also arrived circuitously at the same conclusion, and not without good grounds, for she managed indirectly to learn that Edward's black horse had actually been for a day and part of a night in the castle stables, just at the time of her brother's supposed visit. The horse had gone, and as she argued, the rider must have departed with it. This point being so far settled, I felt a little less uncomfortable, when being one day alone in my bedroom, I happened to look out from the window, and to my unutterable horror I beheld, peering through an opposite casement, my cousin Edward's face. Had I seen the evil one himself in bodily shape, I could not have experienced a more sickening revulsion. I was too much appalled to move at once from the window, but I did so soon enough to avoid his eye. He was looking fixedly down into the narrow quadrangle upon which the window opened. I shrunk back unperceived to pass the rest of the day in terror and despair. I went to my room early that night, but I was too miserable to sleep. At about 12 o'clock, feeling very nervous, I determined to call my cousin Emily, who slept, you will remember, in the next room, which communicated with mine by a second door. By this private entrance I found my way into her chamber, and without difficulty persuaded her to return to my room and sleep with me. We accordingly lay down together, she undressed, and I with my clothes on, for I was every moment walking up and down the room, and felt too nervous and miserable to think of rest or comfort. Emily was soon fast asleep, and I lay awake fervently longing for the first pale gleam of morning, and reckoning every stroke of the old clock with an impatience which made every hour appear like 6. It must have been about 1 o'clock when I thought I heard a slight noise at the partition door between Emily's room and mine, as if caused by somebody's turning the key in the lock. I held my breath, and the same sound was repeated at the second door of my room, that which opened upon the lobby. The sound was here distinctly caused by the revolution of the bolt in the lock, and it was followed by a slight pressure upon the door itself, as if to ascertain the security of the lock. The person, whoever it might be, was probably satisfied, for I heard the old boards of the lobby creak and strain, as if under the weight of somebody moving cautiously over them. My sense of hearing became unnaturally, almost painfully acute. I suppose the imagination added distinctness to sounds vague in themselves. I thought that I could actually hear the breathing of the person who was slowly returning along the lobby. At the head of the staircase there appeared to occur a pause, and I could distinctly hear 2 or 3 sentences hastily whispered. The steps then descended the stairs, with apparently less caution. I ventured to walk quickly and lightly to the lobby door, and attempted to open it. It was indeed fast locked upon the outside, as was also the other. I now felt that the dreadful hour was come, but one desperate expedient remained. It was to awaken Emily, and by our united strength to attempt to force the partition door, which was slighter than the other, and through this to pass to the lower part of the house, whence it might be possible to escape to the grounds, and so to the village. I returned to the bedside and shook Emily, but in vain. Nothing that I could do availed to produce from her more than a few incoherent words. It was a death-like sleep. She had certainly drunk of some narcotic, as probably had I also, in spite of all the caution with which I had examined everything presented to us, to eat or drink. I now attempted, with as little noise as possible, to force first one door, then the other, but all in vain. I believe no strength could have effected my object, for both doors opened inwards. I therefore collected whatever movables I could carry thither, and piled them against the doors, so as to assist me in whatever attempts I should make to resist the entrance of those without. I then returned to the bed, and endeavoured again, but fruitlessly, to awaken my cousin. It was not sleep, it was torpor, lethargy, death. I knelt down and prayed with an agony of earnestness, and then, seating myself upon the bed, I awaited my fate with a kind of terrible tranquillity. I heard a faint clanking sound from the narrow court which I have already mentioned, as if caused by the scraping of some iron instrument against stones or rubbish. I at first determined not to disturb the calmness which I now experienced by uselessly watching the proceedings of those who sought my life, but as the sounds continued, the horrible curiosity which I felt overcame every other emotion, and I determined at all hazards to gratify it. I therefore crawled upon my knees to the window, so as to let the smallest possible portion of my head appear above the sill. The moon was shining with an uncertain radiance upon the antique grey buildings, and obliquely upon the narrow court beneath. One side of it was therefore clearly illuminated, while the other was lost in obscurity, the sharp outlines of the old gables, with their nodding clusters of ivy, being at first alone visible. Whoever or whatever occasioned the noise which had excited my curiosity was concealed under the shadow of the dark side of the quadrangle. I placed my hand over my eyes to shade them from the moonlight, which was so bright as to be almost dazzling, and peering into the darkness, I first dimly, but afterwards gradually, almost with full distinctness, beheld the form of a man engaged in digging what appeared to be a rude hole close under the wall. Some implements, probably a shovel and pickaxe, lay beside him, and to these he every now and then applied himself as the nature of the ground required. He pursued his task rapidly and with as little noise as possible. So, thought I, as shovelful after shovelful the dislodged rubbish mounted into a heap, they are digging the grave in which, before 2 hours pass, I must lie, a cold mangled corpse. I am theirs. I cannot escape. I felt as if my reason was leaving me. I started to my feet, and in mere despair I applied myself again to each of the 2 doors alternately. I strained every nerve and sinew, but I might as well have attempted, with my single strength, to force the building itself from its foundations. I threw myself madly upon the ground, and clasped my hands over my eyes as if to shut out the horrible images which crowded upon me. The paroxysm passed away. I prayed once more with the bitter, agonized fervour of one who feels that the hour of death is present and inevitable. When I arose, I went once more to the window and looked out, just in time to see a shadowy figure glide stealthily along the wall. The task was finished. The catastrophe of the tragedy must soon be accomplished. I determined now to defend my life to the last, and that I might be able to do so with some effect, I searched the room for something which might serve as a weapon, but either through accident or else in anticipation of such a possibility, everything which might have been made available for such a purpose had been removed. I must then die tamely and without an effort to defend myself. A thought suddenly struck me. Might it not be possible to escape through the door, which the assassin must open in order to enter the room? I resolved to make the attempt. I felt assured that the door through which ingress to the room would be effected was that which opened upon the lobby. It was the more direct way, besides being for obvious reasons less liable to interruption than the other. I resolved then to place myself behind a projection of the wall. The shadow would serve fully to conceal me, and when the door should be opened, and before they should have discovered the identity of the occupant of the bed, to creep noiselessly from the room, and then to trust to Providence for escape. In order to facilitate this scheme, I removed all the lumber which I had heaped against the door, and I had nearly completed my arrangements when I perceived the room suddenly darkened by the close approach of some shadowy object to the window. On turning my eyes in that direction, I observed at the top of the casement, as if suspended from above, first the feet, then the legs, then the body, and at length the whole figure of a man present itself. It was Edward Tyrrell. He appeared to be guiding his descent so as to bring his feet upon the centre of the stone block which occupied the lower part of the window, and having secured his footing upon this, he kneeled down and began to gaze into the room. As the moon was gleaming into the chamber, and the bed curtains were drawn, he was able to distinguish the bed itself and its contents. He appeared satisfied with his scrutiny, for he looked up and made a sign with his hand. He then applied his hands to the window frame, which must have been ingeniously contrived for the purpose, for with apparently no resistance the whole frame, containing casement and all, slipped from its position in the wall, and was by him lowered into the room. The cold night wind waved the bed curtains, and he paused for a moment. All was still again, and he stepped in upon the floor of the room. He held in his hand what appeared to be a steel instrument, shaped something like a long hammer. This he held rather behind him, while with 3 long tiptoe strides he brought himself to the bedside. I felt that the discovery must now be made, and held my breath in momentary expectation of the execration in which he would vent his surprise and disappointment. I closed my eyes. There was a pause, but it was a short one. I heard 2 dull blows, given in rapid succession. A quivering sigh, and the long-drawn heavy breathing of the sleeper was forever suspended. I unclosed my eyes and saw the murderer fling the quilt across the head of his victim. He then, with the instrument of death still in his hand, proceeded to the lobby door, upon which he tapped sharply twice or thrice. A quick step was then heard approaching, and a voice whispered something from without. Edward answered with a kind of shuddering chuckle, "Her ladyship is past complaining. Unlock the door, in the devil's name, unless you're afraid to come in, and help me to lift her out of the window." The key was turned in the lock, the door opened, and my uncle entered the room. I have told you already that I had placed myself under the shade of a projection of the wall close to the door. I had instinctively shrunk down, cowering towards the ground on the entrance of Edward through the window. When my uncle entered the room, he and his son both stood so very close to me that his hand was every moment upon the point of touching my face. I held my breath and remained motionless as death. "You had no interruption from the next room," said my uncle. "No," was the brief reply. "Secure the jewels, Ned. The French harpy must not lay her claws upon them. You're a steady hand, by God. Not much blood, eh?" "Not 20 drops," replied his son, "and those on the quilt." "I'm glad it's over," whispered my uncle again. "We must lift the thing through the window and lay the rubbish over it." They then turned to the bedside and, winding the bedclothes round the body, carried it between them slowly to the window, and exchanging a few brief words with someone below, they shoved it over the window-sill, and I heard it fall heavily on the ground underneath. "I'll take the jewels," said my uncle. "There are 2 caskets in the lower drawer." He proceeded with an accuracy which, had I been more at ease, would have furnished me with matter of astonishment, to lay his hand upon the very spot where my jewels lay, and having possessed himself of them, he called to his son. "Is the rope made fast above?" "I'm no fool, to be sure it is," replied he. They then lowered themselves from the window, and I rose lightly and cautiously, scarcely daring to breathe, from my place of concealment, and was creeping towards the door, when I heard my uncle's voice in a sharp whisper exclaim, "Get up again! God damn you, you forgot to lock the room door!" And I perceived by the straining of the rope which hung from above that the mandate was instantly obeyed. Not a second was to be lost. I passed through the door, which was only closed, and moved as rapidly as I could, consistently with stillness, along the lobby. Before I had gone many yards, I heard the door through which I had just passed roughly locked on the inside. I glided down the stairs in terror, lest at every corner I should meet the murderer or one of his accomplices. I reached the hall and listened for a moment to ascertain whether all was silent around. No sound was audible. The parlour windows opened on the park, and through one of them I might, I thought, easily effect my escape. Accordingly I hastily entered, but to my consternation a candle was burning in the room, and by its light I saw a figure seated at the dinner table, upon which lay glasses, bottles, and the other accompaniments of a drinking party. 2 or 3 chairs were placed about the table irregularly, as if hastily abandoned by their occupants. A single glance satisfied me that the figure was that of my French attendant. She was fast asleep, having probably drank deeply. There was something malignant and ghastly in the calmness of this bad woman's features, dimly illuminated as they were by the flickering blaze of the candle. A knife lay upon the table, and the terrible thought struck me. Should I kill this sleeping accomplice in the guilt of the murderer, and thus secure my retreat? Nothing could be easier. It was but to draw the blade across her throat, the work of a second. An instant's pause, however, corrected me. No, thought I, the God who has conducted me thus far through the valley of the shadow of death will not abandon me now. I will fall into their hands, or I will escape hence, but it shall be free from the stain of blood. His will be done. I felt a confidence arising from this reflection, an assurance of protection which I cannot describe. There were no other means of escape, so I advanced with a firm step and collected mind to the window. I noiselessly withdrew the bars and unclosed the shutters. I pushed open the casement, and without waiting to look behind me, I ran with my utmost speed, scarcely feeling the ground beneath me, down the avenue, taking care to keep upon the grass which bordered it. I did not for a moment slacken my speed, and I had now gained the central point between the park gate and the mansion house. Here the avenue made a wider circuit, and in order to avoid delay, I directed my way across the smooth sward round which the carriageway wound, intending at the opposite side of the level, at a point which I distinguished by a group of old birch trees, to enter again upon the beaten track, which was from thence tolerably direct to the gate. I had, with my utmost speed, got about halfway across this broad flat, when the rapid tramp of a horse's hoofs struck upon my ear. My heart swelled in my bosom as though I would smother. The clattering of galloping hoofs approached. I was pursued. They were now upon the sward on which I was running. There was not a bush or a bramble to shelter me, and as if to render escape altogether desperate, the moon, which had hitherto been obscured, at this moment shone forth with a broad clear light, which made every object distinctly visible. The sounds were now close behind me. I felt my knees bending under me with the sensation which unnerves one in a dream. I reeled, I stumbled, I fell, and at the same instant the cause of my alarm wheeled past me at full gallop. It was one of the young fillies which pastured loose about the park, whose frolics had thus all but maddened me with terror. I scrambled to my feet and rushed on with weak but rapid steps, my sportive companion still galloping round and round me with many a frisk and fling, until, at length, more dead than alive, I reached the avenue gate and crossed the stile, I scarce knew how. I ran through the village, in which all was silent as the grave, until my progress was arrested by the hoarse voice of a sentinel, who cried, "Who goes there?" I felt that I was now safe. I turned in the direction of the voice, and fell fainting at the soldier's feet. When I came to myself, I was sitting in a miserable hovel, surrounded by strange faces, all bespeaking curiosity and compassion. Many soldiers were in it also. Indeed, as I afterwards found, it was employed as a guard-room by a detachment of troops quartered for that night in the town. In a few words, I informed their officer of the circumstances which had occurred, describing also the appearance of the persons engaged in the murder. And he, without further loss of time than was necessary to procure the attendance of a magistrate, proceeded to the mansion house of Tragically, taking with him a party of his men. But the villains had discovered their mistake, and had effected their escape before the arrival of the military. The Frenchwoman was, however, arrested in the neighbourhood upon the next day. She was tried and condemned at the ensuing assizes, and previous to her execution confessed that she had a hand in making Hugh Tisdall's bed. She had been a housekeeper in the castle at the time, and a cher amie of my uncle's. She was in reality able to speak English like a native, but had exclusively used the French language, I suppose to facilitate her designs. She died the same hardened wretch she had lived, confessing her crimes only, as she alleged, that her doing so might involve Sir Arthur Tyrrell, the great author of her guilt and misery, and whom she now regarded with unmitigated detestation. With the particulars of Sir Arthur's and his son's escape, as far as they are known, you are acquainted. You are also in possession of their after fate, the terrible, the tremendous retribution which, after long delays of many years, finally overtook and crushed them. Wonderful and inscrutable are the dealings of God with his creatures. Deep and fervent as must always be my gratitude to heaven for my deliverance, effected by a chain of providential occurrences, the failing of a single link of which must have ensured my destruction. It was long before I could look back upon it with other feelings than those of bitterness, almost of agony. The only being that had ever really loved me, my nearest and dearest friend, ever ready to sympathize, to counsel, and to assist. The gayest, the gentlest, the warmest heart, the only creature on earth that cared for me. Her life had been the price of my deliverance, and I then uttered the wish, which no event of my long and sorrowful life has taught me to recall, that she had been spared, and that, in her stead, I were mouldering in the grave, forgotten and at rest. The end. Mr. Humphreys and His Inheritance by M.R.James, and read by Christopher Holton. About 15 years ago, on a date late in August or early in September, a train drew up at Wilsthorpe, a country station in eastern England. Out of it stepped, with other passengers, a rather tall and reasonably good-looking young man, carrying a handbag and some papers tied up in a packet. He was expecting to be met, one would say, from the way in which he looked about him, and he was, as obviously expected. The station master ran forward a step or two, and then, seeming to recollect himself, turned and beckoned to a stout and consequential person with a short round beard who was scanning the train with some appearance of bewilderment. "Mr. Cooper," he called out. "Mr. Cooper, I think this is your gentleman," and then to the passenger who had just alighted. "Mr. Humphreys, sir. Glad to bid you welcome to Wilsthorpe. There's a cart from the hall for your luggage, and here's Mr. Cooper, what I think you know." Mr. Cooper had hurried up and now raised his hat and shook hands. "Very pleased, I'm sure," he said, to give the echo to Mr. Palmer's kind words. I should have been the first to render expression to them, but for the face not being familiar to me, Mr. Humphreys. May your residence among us be marked as a red-letter day, sir. "Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper," said Humphreys, "for your good wishes, and Mr. Palmer also. I do hope very much that this change of tenancy, which you must all regret, I am sure, will not be to the detriment of those with whom I shall be brought in contact." He stopped, feeling that the words were not fitting themselves together in the happiest way, and Mr. Cooper cut in. "Oh, you may rest satisfied of that, Mr. Humphreys. I'll take it upon myself to assure you, sir, that a warm welcome awaits you on all sides. And as to any change of propriety turning out detrimental to the neighbourhood, well, your late uncle—" And here Mr. Cooper also stopped, possibly in obedience to an inner monitor, possibly because Mr. Palmer, clearing his throat loudly, asked Humphreys for his ticket. The two men left the little station, and, at Humphreys' suggestion, decided to walk to Mr. Cooper's house, where luncheon was awaiting them. The relation in which these personages stood to each other can be explained in a very few lines. Humphreys had inherited, quite unexpectedly, a property from an uncle. Neither the property nor the uncle had he ever seen. He was alone in the world, a man of good ability and kindly nature, whose employment in a government office for the last 4 or 5 years had not gone far to fit him for the life of a country gentleman. He was studious and rather diffident, and had few out-of-door pursuits except golf and gardening. Today he had come down for the first time to visit Wilsthorpe and confer with Mr. Cooper, the bailiff, as to the matters which needed immediate attention. It may be asked how this came to be his first visit. Ought he not in decency to have attended his uncle's funeral? The answer is not far to seek. He had been abroad at the time of the death, and his address had not been at once procurable. So he had put off coming to Wilsthorpe till he heard that all things were ready for him. And now we find him arrived at Mr. Cooper's comfortable house, facing the parsonage, and having just shaken hands with the smiling Mrs. and Miss Cooper. During the minutes that preceded the announcement of luncheon, the party settled themselves on elaborate chairs in the drawing-room, Humphreys, for his part, perspiring quietly in the consciousness that stock was being taken of him. "I was just saying to Mr. Humphreys, my dear," said Mr. Cooper, "that I hope and trust that his residence among us here in Wilsthorpe will be marked as a red-letter day." Yes, indeed, I'm sure, said Mrs. Cooper heartily, and many, many of them. Miss Cooper murmured words to the same effect, and Humphreys attempted a pleasantry about painting the whole calendar red, which, though greeted with shrill laughter, was evidently not fully understood. At this point they proceeded to luncheon. "Do you know this part of the country at all, Mr. Humphreys?" said Mrs. Cooper after a short interval. This was a better opening. "No, I'm sorry to say I do not," said Humphreys. "It seems very pleasant what I could see of it coming down in the train." "Oh, it is a pleasant part. Really, I sometimes say I don't know a nicer district for the country. And the people round too, such a quantity always going on. But I'm afraid you've come a little late for some of the better garden parties, Mr. Humphreys." "I suppose I have. Dear me, what a pity," said Humphreys with a gleam of relief. And then, feeling that something more could be got out of this topic, "But after all, you see, Mrs. Cooper, even if I could have been here earlier, I should have been cut off from them, should I not? My poor uncle's recent death, you know." "Oh dear, Mr. Humphreys, to be sure, what a dreadful thing of me to say." And Mr. and Miss Cooper seconded the proposition inarticulately. "What must you have thought? I am sorry, you must really forgive me." "Not at all, Mrs. Cooper, I assure you. I can't honestly assert that my uncle's death was a great grief to me, for I had never seen him. All I meant was that I supposed I shouldn't be expected to take part for some little time in festivities of that kind." "Now, really, it's very kind of you to take it in that way, Mr. Humphreys, isn't it, George? And you do forgive me, but only fancy, you never saw poor old Mr. Wilson." "Never in my life, nor did I ever have a letter from him. But by the way, you have something to forgive me for. I've never thanked you, except by letter, for all the trouble you've taken to find people to look after me at the Hall." "Oh, I'm sure that was nothing, Mr. Humphreys, but I really do think that you'll find them give satisfaction. The man and his wife, whom we've got for the butler and housekeeper, we've known for a number of years, such a nice, respectable couple, and Mr. Cooper, I'm sure, can answer for the men in the stables and gardens." "Yes, Mr. Humphreys, they're a good lot. The head gardener's the only one who's stopped on from Mr. Wilson's time. The major part of the employees, as you no doubt saw by the will, received legacies from the old gentleman and retired from their posts. And as the wife says, your housekeeper and butler are calculated to render you every satisfaction. So everything, Mr. Humphreys, is ready for you to step in this very day according to what I understood you to wish," said Mrs. Cooper. "Everything, that is, except company, and there I'm afraid you'll find yourself quite at a standstill. Only we did understand it was your intention to move in at once. If not, I'm sure you know we should have been only too pleased for you to stay here." "I'm quite sure you would, Mrs. Cooper, and I'm very grateful to you. But I thought I had really better make the plunge at once. I'm accustomed to living alone, and there will be quite enough to occupy my evenings, looking over papers and books and so on, for some time to come. I thought if Mr. Cooper could spare the time this afternoon to go over the house and grounds with me." Certainly, Mr. Humphreys, my time is your own, up to any hour you please." "Till dinner time, father, you mean," said Miss Cooper. "Don't forget we're going over to the Brasnets. And have you got all the garden keys?" "Are you a great gardener, Miss Cooper?" said Mr. Humphreys. "I wish you would tell me what I'm to expect at the Hall." "Oh, I don't know about a great gardener, Mr. Humphreys. I'm very fond of flowers, but the Hall garden might be made quite lovely, I often say. It's very old-fashioned as it is, and a great deal of shrubbery. There's an old temple besides, and a maze." "Really? Have you explored it ever?" "No, oh," said Miss Cooper, drawing in her lips and shaking her head. "I've often longed to try, but old Mr. Wilson always kept it locked. He wouldn't even let Lady Wardrop into it. She lives near here at Bentley, you know, and she's a great gardener, if you like. That's why I asked father if he had all the keys." "I see. Well, I must evidently look into that and show you over it when I've learnt the way." "Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Humphreys. Now I shall have the laugh of Miss Foster. That's our rector's daughter, you know. They're away on their holiday now. Such nice people. We always had a joke between us, which should be the first to get into the maze." "I think the garden keys must be up at the house," said Mr. Cooper, who had been looking over a large bunch. "There is a number there in the library. Now, Mr. Humphreys, if you're prepared, we might bid goodbye to these ladies and set forward on our little tour of exploration." As they came out of Mr. Cooper's front gate, Humphreys had to run the gauntlet, not of an organised demonstration, but of a good deal of touching of hats and careful contemplation from the men and women who had gathered in somewhat unusual numbers in the village street. He had further to exchange some remarks with the wife of the lodge-keeper as they passed the park gates, and with the lodge-keeper himself, who was attending to the park road. I cannot, however, spare the time to report the progress fully. As they traversed the half-mile or so between the lodge and the house, Humphreys took occasion to ask his companion some question which brought up the topic of his late uncle, and it did not take long before Mr. Cooper was embarked upon a disquisition. "It is singular to think, as the wife was saying just now, that you should never have seen the old gentleman. And yet, you won't misunderstand me, Mr. Humphreys. I feel confident when I say that in my opinion there would have been but little congeniality betwixt yourself and him. Not that I have a word to say in deprecation, not a single word. I can tell you what he was," said Mr. Cooper, pulling up suddenly and fixing Humphreys with his eye. "Can tell you what he was in a nutshell, as the saying goes. He was a complete thorough valetudinarian. That describes him to a T. That's what he was, sir, a complete valetudinarian. No participation in what went on around him. I did venture, I think, to send you a few words of cutting from our local paper, which I took the occasion to contribute on his decease. If I recollect myself aright, such is very much the gist of them. But don't, Mr. Humphreys," continued Cooper, tapping him impressively on the chest, "don't you run away with the impression that I wish to say aught but what is most creditable of your respected uncle and my late employer. Upright, Mr. Humphreys, open as the day, liberal to all in his dealings. He had the heart to feel and the hand to accommodate. But there it was. There was the stumbling block, his unfortunate health, or as I might more truly phrase it, his want of health. Yes, poor man. Did he suffer from any special disorder before his last illness, which, I take it, was little more than old age?" "Just that, Mr. Humphreys, just that. The flash flickering slowly away in the pan," said Cooper, with what he considered an appropriate gesture. "The golden bowl gradually ceasing to vibrate. But as to your other question, I should return a negative answer. General absence of vitality, yes. Special complaint? No, unless you reckon a nasty cough he had with him. Why, here we are pretty much at the house. A handsome mansion, Mr. Humphreys, don't you consider?" It deserved the epithet on the whole, but it was oddly proportioned. A very tall red brick house, with a plain parapet concealing the roof almost entirely. It gave the impression of a townhouse set down in the country. There was a basement and a rather imposing flight of steps leading up to the front door. It seemed also, owing to its height, to desiderate wings, but there were none. The stables and other offices were concealed by trees. Humphreys guessed its probable date as 1770 or thereabouts. The mature couple who had been engaged to act as butler and cook housekeeper were waiting inside the front door, and opened it as their new master approached. Their name, Humphreys already knew, was Carlton. Of their appearance and manner he formed a favourable impression in the few minutes' talk he had with them. It was agreed that he should go through the plate and the cellar next day with Mr. Carlton, and that Mrs. C. should have a talk with him about linen, bedding, and so on, what there was, and what there ought to be. Then he and Cooper, dismissing the Carltons for the present, began their view of the house. Its topography is not of importance to this story. The large rooms on the ground floor were satisfactory, especially the library, which was as large as the dining room, and had 3 tall windows facing east. The bedroom prepared for Humphreys was immediately above it. There were many pleasant and a few really interesting old pictures. None of the furniture was new, and hardly any of the books were later than the 70s. After hearing of and seeing the few changes his uncle had made in the house, and contemplating a shiny portrait of him which adorned the drawing room, Humphreys was forced to agree with Cooper that in all probability there would have been little to attract him in his predecessor. It made him rather sad that he could not be sorry, dolebat se doler non posse, for the man who, whether with or without some feeling of kindliness towards his unknown nephew, had contributed so much to his well-being, for he felt that Wilsthorpe was a place in which he could be happy, and especially happy it might be in its library. And now it was time to go over the garden. The empty stables could wait, and so could the laundry. So to the garden they addressed themselves, and it was soon evident that Miss Cooper had been right in thinking that there were possibilities. Also that Mr. Cooper had done well in keeping on the gardener. The deceased Mr. Wilson might not have, indeed plainly had not, been imbued with the latest views on gardening, but whatever had been done here had been done under the eye of a knowledgeable man, and the equipment and stock were excellent. Cooper was delighted with the pleasure Humphreys showed, and with the suggestions he let fall from time to time. "I can see," he said, "that you found your meter here, Mr. Humphreys. You'll make this place a regular Signosia before very many seasons have passed over our heads. I wish Clutterham had been here, that's the head gardener, and here he would have been, of course, as I told you, but for his son's being horse-duver with a fever, poor fellow. I should like him to have heard how the place strikes you." "Yes, you told me he couldn't be here today, and I was very sorry to hear the reason, but it will be time enough tomorrow. What is that white building on the mound at the end of the grass ride? Is it the temple Miss Cooper mentioned?" "That it is, Mr. Humphreys, the Temple of Friendship, constructed of marble brought out of Italy for the purpose by your late uncle's grandfather. Would it interest you perhaps to take a turn there? You get a very sweet prospect of the park." The general lines of the temple were those of the Sibyl's Temple at Tivoli, helped out by a dome, only the whole was a good deal smaller. Some ancient sepulchral reliefs were built into the wall, and about it all was a pleasant flavour of the grand tour. Cooper produced the key and with some difficulty opened the heavy door. Inside there was a handsome ceiling but little furniture. Most of the floor was occupied by a pile of thick circular blocks of stone, each of which had a single letter deeply cut on its slightly convex upper surface. "What is the meaning of these?" Humphreys inquired. "Meaning? Well, all things, we're told, have their purpose, Mr. Humphreys, and I suppose these blocks have had theirs as well as another. But what that purpose is or was, Mr. Cooper assumed a didactic attitude here. I, for one, should be at a loss to point out to you, sir. All I know of them, and it's summed up in a very few words, is just this, that they're stated to have been removed by your late uncle at a period before I entered on the scene from the maze. That Mr. Humphreys is—" "Oh, the maze!" exclaimed Humphreys. "I'd forgotten that. We must have a look at it. Where is it?" Cooper drew him to the door of the temple and pointed with his stick. "Guide your eye," he said, somewhat in the manner of the second elder in Handel's Susanna. "Far to the west direct your straining eyes where yon tall home tree rises to the skies. Guide your eye by my stick here, and follow out the line directly opposite to the spot where we're standing now, and I'll engage, Mr. Humphreys, that you'll catch the archway over the entrance. You'll see it just at the end of the walk, answering to the one that leads up to this very building. Did you think of going there at once? Because if that be the case, I must go to the house and procure the key. If you would walk on there, I'll rejoin you in a few moments' time." Accordingly, Humphreys strolled down the ride leading to the temple, past the garden front of the house, and up the turfy approach to the archway which Cooper had pointed out to him. He was surprised to find that the whole maze was surrounded by a high wall, and that the archway was provided with a padlocked iron gate. But then he remembered that Miss Cooper had spoken of his uncle's objection to letting anyone enter this part of the garden. He was now at the gate, and still Cooper came not. For a few minutes he occupied himself in reading the motto cut over the entrance, Secretum meum mihi et filiis domus mei, and in trying to recollect the source of it. Then he became impatient and considered the possibility of scaling the wall. This was clearly not worthwhile. It might have been done if he had been wearing an older suit, or could the padlock, a very old one, be forced? No, apparently not, and yet as he gave a final irritated kick at the gate, something gave way and the lock fell at his feet. He pushed the gate open, inconveniencing a number of nettles as he did so, and stepped into the enclosure. It was a yew maze of circular form, and the hedges, long untrimmed, had grown out and upwards to a most unorthodox breadth and height. The walks, too, were next door to impassable. Only by entirely disregarding scratches, nettle stings and wet could Humphreys force his way along them. But at any rate this condition of things, he reflected, would make it easier for him to find his way out again, for he left a very visible track. So far as he could remember, he had never been in a maze before, nor did it seem to him now that he had missed much. The dankness and darkness and smell of crushed goosegrass and nettles were anything but cheerful. Still, it did not seem to be a very intricate specimen of its kind. Here he was, by the way. Was that Cooper arrived at last? No, very nearly at the heart of it, without having taken much thought as to what path he was following. Ah, there at last was the centre, easily gained. And there was something to reward him. His first impression was that the central ornament was a sundial, but when he had switched away some portion of the thick growth of brambles and bindweed that had formed over it, he saw that it was a less ordinary decoration. A stone column about 4 feet high, and on the top of it a metal globe, copper to judge by the green patina, engraved and finely engraved too, with figures in outline and letters. That was what Humphreys saw, and a brief glance at the figures convinced him that it was one of those mysterious things called celestial globes, from which one would suppose no one ever yet derived any information about the heavens. However, it was too dark, at least in the maze, for him to examine this curiosity at all closely, and besides he now heard Cooper's voice and sounds as of an elephant in the jungle. Humphreys called to him to follow the track he had beaten out, and soon Cooper emerged panting into the central circle. He was full of apologies for his delay. He had not been able after all to find the key. "But there," he said, "you've penetrated into the heart of the mystery unaided and unannealed, as the saying goes. Well, I suppose it's a matter of 30 to 40 years since any human foot has trod these precincts. Certain it is that I've never set foot in them before. Well, what's the old proverb about angels fearing to tread? It's proved true once again in this case." Humphrey's acquaintance with Cooper, though it had been short, was sufficient to assure him that there was no guile in this allusion, and he forbore the obvious remark, merely suggesting that it was fully time to get back to the house for a late cup of tea, and to release Cooper for his evening engagement. They left the maze accordingly, experiencing well nigh the same ease in retracing their path as they had in coming in. "Have you any idea," Humphreys asked as they went towards the house, "why my uncle kept that place so carefully locked?" Cooper pulled up, and Humphreys felt that he must be on the brink of a revelation. "I should merely be deceiving you, Mr. Humphreys, and that to no good purpose, if I laid claim to possess any information whatsoever on that topic. When I first entered upon my duties here, some 18 years back, that maze was word for word in the condition you see it now, and the one and only occasion on which the question ever arose within my knowledge was that of which my girl made mention in your hearing. Lady Wardrop, I've not a word to say against her, wrote applying for admission to the maze. Your uncle showed me the note, a most civil note, everything that could be expected from such a quarter. Cooper," he said, "I wish you'd reply to that note on my behalf." "Certainly, Mr. Wilson," I said, for I was quite inured to acting as his secretary. "What answer shall I return to it?" "Well," he said, "give Lady Wardrop my compliments, and tell her that if ever that portion of the grounds is taken in hand, I shall be happy to give her the first opportunity of viewing it, but that it has been shut up now for a number of years, and I shall be grateful to her if she kindly won't press the matter. That, Mr. Humphreys, was your good uncle's last word on the subject, and I don't think I can add anything to it. Unless, added Cooper after a pause, it might be just this, that so far as I could form a judgment, he had a dislike, as people often will for one reason or another, to the memory of his grandfather who, as I mentioned to you, had that maze laid out. A man of peculiar tenets, Mr. Humphreys, and a great traveller. You'll have the opportunity on the coming Sabbath of seeing the tablet to him in our little parish church. Put up it was some long time after his death. Oh, I should have expected a man who had such a taste for building to have designed a mausoleum for himself. Well, I've never noticed anything of the kind you mention, and in fact, come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that his resting place is within our boundaries at all. That he lays in the vault, I'm pretty confident is not the case. Curious now that I shouldn't be in a position to inform you on that heading. Still, after all, we can't say, can we, Mr. Humphreys, that it's a point of crucial importance where the poor mortal coils are bestowed. At this point they entered the house and Cooper's speculations were interrupted. Tea was laid in the library where Mr. Cooper fell upon subjects appropriate to the scene. A fine collection of books, one of the finest I've understood from connoisseurs in this part of the country. Splendid plates too in some of these works. I recollect your uncle showing me one with views of foreign towns, most absorbing it was, got up in first-rate style, and another all done by hand, with the ink as fresh as if it had been laid on yesterday, and yet, he told me, it was the work of some old monk hundreds of years back. I've always taken a keen interest in literature myself. Hardly anything to my mind can compare with a good hour's reading after a hard day's work. Far better than wasting the whole evening at a friend's house, and that reminds me, to be sure, I shall be getting into trouble with the wife if I don't make the best of my way home and get ready to squander away one of these same evenings. I must be off, Mr. Humphreys. And that reminds me, said Humphreys, if I'm to show Miss Cooper the maze tomorrow, we must have it cleared out a bit. Could you say a word about that to the proper person? Why, to be sure. A couple of men with scythes could cut out a track tomorrow morning. I'll leave word as I pass the lodge, and I'll tell them what will save you the trouble, perhaps, Mr. Humphreys, of having to go up and extract them yourself, that they'd better have some sticks or a tape to mark out their way with as they go on. A very good idea. Yes, do that. And I'll expect Mrs. and Miss Cooper in the afternoon, and yourself about 10:30 in the morning. It'll be a pleasure, I'm sure, both to them and to myself, Mr. Humphreys. Good night. Humphreys dined at 8, but for the fact that it was his first evening, and that Calton was evidently inclined for occasional conversation, he would have finished the novel he had bought for his journey. As it was, he had to listen and reply to some of Calton's impressions of the neighbourhood and the season. The latter, it appeared, was seasonable, and the former had changed considerably, and not altogether for the worse, since Calton's boyhood, which had been spent there. The village shop in particular had greatly improved since the year 1870. It was now possible to procure there pretty much anything you liked in reason, which was a conveniency, because suppose anything was required of a sudden, and he had known such things before now. He, Calton, could step down there, supposing the shop to be still open, and order it in without he borrowed it of the rectory, whereas in earlier days it would have been useless to pursue such a course in respect of anything but candles, or soap, or treacle, or perhaps a penny child's picture book, and 9 times out of 10 it'd be something more in the nature of a bottle of whisky you'd be requiring. Leastways, on the whole, Humphreys thought he would be prepared with a book in future. The library was the obvious place for the after-dinner hours. Candle in hand and pipe in mouth, he moved round the room for some time, taking stock of the titles of the books. He had all the predisposition to take interest in an old library, and there was every opportunity for him here to make systematic acquaintance with one, for he had learned from Cooper that there was no catalogue save the very superficial one made for purposes of probate. The drawing up of a catalogue raison would be a delicious occupation for winter. There were probably treasures to be found too, even manuscripts, if Cooper might be trusted. As he pursued his round, the sense came upon him, as it does upon most of us in similar places, of the extreme unreadableness of a great portion of the collection. Editions of classics and fathers and Picard's religious ceremonies and the Harleian miscellany, I suppose, are all very well, but who is ever going to read Tostatus Abulensis or Pineda on Job or a book like this? He picked out a small quarto, loose in the binding, and from which the lettered label had fallen off, and observing that coffee was waiting for him, retired to a chair. Eventually he opened the book. It will be observed that his condemnation of it rested wholly on external grounds. For all he knew, it might have been a collection of unique plays, but undeniably the outside was blank and forbidding. As a matter of fact, it was a collection of sermons or meditations, and mutilated at that, for the first sheet was gone. It seemed to belong to the latter end of the 17th century. He turned over the pages till his eye was caught by a marginal note, a parable of this unhappy condition, and he thought he would see what aptitudes the author might have for imaginative composition. I have heard or read, so ran the passage, whether in the way of parable or true relation I leave my reader to judge, of a man who, like Theseus in the Attic tale, should adventure himself into a labyrinth or maze, and such an one indeed as was not laid out in the fashion of our topiary artists of this age, but of a wide compass, in which moreover such unknown pitfalls and snares, nay such ill-omened inhabitants, were commonly thought to lurk as could only be encountered at the hazard of one's very life. Now you may be sure that in such a case the dissuasions of friends were not wanting. Consider of such an one, says a brother, how he went the way you wot of, and was never seen more. Or of such another, says the mother, that adventured himself but a little way in, and from that day forth is so troubled in his wits that he cannot tell what he saw, nor hath passed one good night. And have you never heard, cries a neighbour, of what faces have been seen to look out over the palisadoes and betwixt the bars of the gate? But all would not do. The man was set upon his purpose, for it seems it was the common fireside talk of that country that at the heart and centre of this labyrinth there was a jewel of such price and rarity that would enrich the finder thereof for his life, and this should be his by right that could persevere to come at it. What then? Quid multa? The adventurer passed the gates, and for a whole day's space his friends without had no news of him, except it might be by some indistinct cries heard afar off in the night, such as made them turn in their restless beds and sweat for very fear, not doubting but that their son and brother had put one more to the catalogue of those unfortunates that had suffered shipwreck on that voyage. So the next day they went with weeping tears to the clerk of the parish to order the bell to be tolled, and their way took them hard by the gate of the labyrinth, which they would have hastened by from the horror they had of it, but that they caught sight of a sudden of a man's body lying in the roadway, and going up to it, with what anticipations may be easily figured, found it to be him whom they reckoned as lost, and not dead, though he were in a swoon most like death. They then, who had gone forth as mourners, came back rejoicing, and set to by all means to revive their prodigal, who, being come to himself, and hearing of their anxieties and their errand of that morning, says he, you may as well finish what you were about, for all I have brought back the jewel, which he showed them, and 'twas indeed a rare piece. I have brought back that with it that will leave me neither rest at night nor pleasure by day. Whereupon they were instant with him to learn his meaning, and where his company should be that went so sore against his stomach. O, says he, 'tis here in my breast. I cannot flee from it, do what I may. So it needed no wizard to help them to a guess that it was the recollection of what he had seen that troubled him so wonderfully. But they could get no more of him for a long time but by fits and starts. However, at long and at last they made shift to collect somewhat of this kind, that at first, while the sun was bright, he went merrily on, and without any difficulty reached the heart of the labyrinth, and got the jewel, and so set out on his way back rejoicing. But as the night fell, wherein all the beasts of the forest do move, he begun to be sensible of some creature keeping pace with him, and, as he thought, peering and looking upon him from the next alley to that he was in, and that when he should stop, this companion should stop also, which put him in some disorder of his spirits. And indeed, as the darkness increased, it seemed to him that there was more than one, and it might be even a whole band of such followers. At least so he judged by the rustling and cracking that they kept among the thickets. Besides that, there would be at a time a sound of whispering, which seemed to import a conference among them. But in regard of who they were or what form they were of, he would not be persuaded to say what he thought. Upon his hearers asking him what the cries were which they heard in the night, as was observed above, he gave them this account: that about midnight, so far as he could judge, he heard his name called from a long way off, and he would have been sworn it was his brother that so called him. So he stood still, and he hallooed at the pitch of his voice, and he supposed that the echo or the noise of his shouting disguised for the moment any lesser sound, because when there fell a stillness again, he distinguished a trampling not loud of running feet coming very close behind him, wherewith he was so daunted that himself set off to run, and that he continued till the dawn broke. Sometimes when his breath failed him, he would cast himself flat on his face, and hope that his pursuers might overrun him in the darkness, but at such a time they would regularly make a pause, and he could hear them pant and snuff, as it had been a hound at fault, which wrought in him so extreme an horror of mind, that he would be forced to betake himself again to turning and doubling, if by any means he might throw them off the scent. And, as if this exertion was in itself not terrible enough, he had before him the constant fear of falling into some pit or trap of which he had heard, and indeed seen with his own eyes that there were several, some at the sides and other in the midst of the alleys. So that in fine, he said, a more dreadful night was never spent by mortal creature than that he had endured in that labyrinth, and not that jewel which he had in his wallet, nor the richest that was ever brought out of the Indies, could be a sufficient recompense to him for the pains he had suffered. I will spare to set down the further recital of this man's troubles, inasmuch as I am confident my reader's intelligence will hit the parallel I desire to draw. For is not this jewel a just emblem of the satisfaction which a man may bring back with him from a course of this world's pleasures? And will not the labyrinth serve for an image of the world itself, wherein such a treasure, if we may believe the common voice, is stored up? At about this point, Humphreys thought that a little patience would be an agreeable change, and that the writer's improvement of his parable might be left to itself. So he put the book back in its former place, wondering as he did so whether his uncle had ever stumbled across that passage, and if so, whether it had worked on his fancy so much as to make him dislike the idea of a maze, and determined to shut up the one in the garden. Not long afterwards he went to bed. The next day brought a morning's hard work with Mr. Cooper, who, if exuberant in language, had the business of the estate at his fingers' ends. He was very breezy this morning, Mr. Cooper was, had not forgotten the order to clear out the maze. The work was going on at that moment. His girl was on the tentacles of expectation about it. He also hoped that Humphreys had slept the sleep of the just, and that we should be favoured with a continuance of this congenial weather. At luncheon he enlarged on the pictures in the dining room, and pointed out the portrait of the constructor of the temple and the maze. Humphreys examined this with considerable interest. It was the work of an Italian, and had been painted when old Mr. Wilson was visiting Rome as a young man. There was, indeed, a view of the Colosseum in the background. A pale, thin face and large eyes were the characteristic features. In the hand was a partially unfolded roll of paper, on which could be distinguished the plan of a circular building, very probably the temple, and also part of that of a labyrinth. Humphreys got up on a chair to examine it, but it was not painted with sufficient clearness to be worth copying. It suggested to him, however, that he might as well make a plan of his own maze, and hang it in the hall for the use of visitors. This determination of his was confirmed that same afternoon, for when Mrs. and Miss Cooper arrived, eager to be inducted into the maze, he found that he was wholly unable to lead them to the centre. The gardeners had removed the guide marks they had been using, and even Clutterham, when summoned to assist, was as helpless as the rest. The point is, you see, Mr. Wilson, I should say, Humphreys, these mazes is purposely constructed so much alike with a view to mislead. Still, if you'll follow me, I think I can put you right. I'll just put my at downer as a starting point. He stumped off, and after 5 minutes brought the party safe to the hat again. Now that's a very peculiar thing, he said with a sheepish laugh. I made sure I'd left that hat just over against a bramble bush, and you can see for yourself there ain't no bramble bush not in this walk at all. If you'll allow me, Mr. Humphreys, that's the name, ain't it, sir? I'll just call one of the men in to mark the place like. William Crack arrived in answer to repeated shouts. He had some difficulty in making his way to the party. First he was seen or heard in an inside alley, then almost at the same moment in an outer one. However, he joined them at last and was first consulted without effect and then stationed by the hat, which Clutterham still considered it necessary to leave on the ground. In spite of this strategy, they spent the best part of 3/4 of an hour in quite fruitless wanderings, and Humphreys was obliged at last, seeing how tired Mrs. Cooper was becoming, to suggest a retreat to tea, with profuse apologies to Miss Cooper. At any rate, you've won your bet with Miss Foster, he said. You have been inside the maze, and I promise you the first thing I do shall be to make a proper plan of it, with the lines marked out for you to go by. That's what's wanted, sir, said Clutterham, someone to draw out a plan and keep it by them. It might be very awkward, you see, anyone getting into that place and a shower of rain come on, and them not able to find their way out again. It might be hours before they could be got out, without you'd permit of me making a shortcut to the middle. What my meaning is, taking down a couple of trees in each hedge in a straight line so as you could get a clear view right through. Of course, that'd do away with it as a maze, but I don't know as you'd approve of that. No, I won't have that done yet. I'll make a plan first and let you have a copy. Later on, if we find occasion, I'll think of what you say. Humphreys was vexed and ashamed at the fiasco of the afternoon, and could not be satisfied without making another effort that evening to reach the centre of the maze. His irritation was increased by finding it without a single false step. He had thoughts of beginning his plan at once, but the light was fading, and he felt that by the time he had got the necessary materials together, work would be impossible. Next morning, accordingly, carrying a drawing board, pencils, compasses, cartridge paper, and so forth, some of which had been borrowed from the Coopers and some found in the library cupboards, he went to the middle of the maze, again without any hesitation, and set out his materials. He was, however, delayed in making a start. The brambles and weeds that had obscured the column and globe were now all cleared away, and it was for the first time possible to see clearly what these were like. The column was featureless, resembling those on which sundials are usually placed, not so the globe. I have said that it was finely engraved with figures and inscriptions, and that on a first glance Humphreys had taken it for a celestial globe, but he soon found that it did not answer to his recollection of such things. One feature seemed familiar. A winged serpent, Draco, encircled it about the place which on a terrestrial globe is occupied by the equator, but on the other hand, a good part of the upper hemisphere was covered by the outspread wings of a large figure whose head was concealed by a ring at the pole or summit of the whole. Around the place of the head the words Princeps Tenebrarum could be deciphered. In the lower hemisphere there was a space hatched all over with cross lines and marked as Umbrae Mortis. Near it was a range of mountains, and among them a valley with flames rising from it. This was lettered, will you be surprised to learn it, Vallis Filiorum Hinnom. Above and below Draco were outlined various figures not unlike the pictures of the ordinary constellations, but not the same. Thus a nude man with a raised club was described, not as Hercules but as Cain. Another, plunged up to his middle in earth and stretching out despairing arms, was Chore, not Ophiuchus, and a third, hung by his hair to a snaky tree, was Absalom. Near the last, a man in long robes and high cap, standing in a circle and addressing two shaggy demons who hovered outside, was described as Hostanes Margus, a character unfamiliar to Humphreys. The scheme of the whole indeed seemed to be an assemblage of the patriarchs of evil, perhaps not uninfluenced by a study of Dante. Humphreys thought it an unusual exhibition of his great-grandfather's taste, but reflected that he had probably picked it up in Italy and had never taken the trouble to examine it closely. Certainly, had he set much store by it, he would not have exposed it to wind and weather. He tapped the metal, it seemed hollow and not very thick, and turning from it, addressed himself to his plan. After half an hour's work, he found it was impossible to get on without using a clue, so he procured a roll of twine from Clutterham, and laid it out along the alleys from the entrance to the centre, tying the end to the ring at the top of the globe. This expedient helped him to set out a rough plan before luncheon, and in the afternoon he was able to draw it in more neatly. Towards tea time, Mr. Cooper joined him, and was much interested in his progress. "Now this," said Mr. Cooper, laying his hand on the globe and then drawing it away hastily. "Whew! Holds the heat, doesn't it, to a surprising degree, Mr. Humphreys. I suppose this metal, copper, isn't it, would be an insulator or conductor or whatever they call it." "The sun has been pretty strong this afternoon," said Humphreys, evading the scientific point, "but I didn't notice the globe had got hot." "No, it doesn't seem very hot to me," he added. "Odd," said Mr. Cooper. "Now I can't hardly bear my hand on it, something in the difference of temperament between us, I suppose. I dare say you're a chilly subject, Mr. Humphreys. I'm not, and there's where the distinction lies. All this summer I've slept, if you'll believe me, practically in statu quo, and had my morning tub as cold as I could get it. Day out and day in. Let me assist you with that string." "It's all right, thanks. But if you'll collect some of these pencils and things that are lying about, I shall be much obliged. Now, I think we've got everything, and we might get back to the house." They left the maze, Humphreys rolling up the clue as they went. The night was rainy. Most unfortunately, it turned out that, whether by Cooper's fault or not, the plan had been the one thing forgotten the evening before. As was to be expected, it was ruined by the wet. There was nothing for it but to begin again. The job would not be a long one this time. The clue, therefore, was put in place once more and a fresh start made. But Humphreys had not done much before an interruption came in the shape of Calton with a telegram. His late chief in London wanted to consult him. Only a brief interview was wanted, but the summons was urgent. This was annoying, yet it was not really upsetting. There was a train available in half an hour, and unless things went very cross, he could be back. Possibly by 5 o'clock, certainly by 8. He gave the plan to Calton to take to the house, but it was not worth while to remove the clue. All went as he had hoped. He spent a rather exciting evening in the library, for he lighted tonight upon a cupboard where some of the rarer books were kept. When he went up to bed, he was glad to find that the servant had remembered to leave his curtains undrawn and his windows open. He put down his light and went to the window, which commanded a view of the garden and the park. It was a brilliant moonlight night. In a few weeks' time, the sonorous winds of autumn would break up all this calm, but now the distant woods were in a deep stillness. The slopes of the lawns were shining with dew. The colours of some of the flowers could almost be guessed. The light of the moon just caught the cornice of the temple and the curve of its leaden dome, and Humphreys had to own that, so seen, these conceits of a past age have a real beauty. In short, the light, the perfume of the woods, and the absolute quiet called up such kind old associations in his mind that he went on ruminating them for a long, long time. As he turned from the window, he felt he had never seen anything more complete of its sort. The one feature that struck him with a sense of incongruity was a small Irish yew, thin and black, which stood out like an outpost of the shrubbery through which the maze was approached. That, he thought, might as well be a way. The wonder was that anyone should have thought it would look well in that position. However, next morning, in the press of answering letters and going over books with Mr. Cooper, the Irish yew was forgotten. One letter, by the way, arrived this day, which has to be mentioned. It was from that Lady Wardrop whom Miss Cooper had mentioned, and it renewed the application which she had addressed to Mr. Wilson. She pleaded in the first place that she was about to publish a book of mazes, and earnestly desired to include the plan of the Woolsthorpe maze, and also that it would be a great kindness if Mr. Humphreys could let her see it, if at all, at an early date, since she would soon have to go abroad for the winter months. Her house at Bentley was not far distant, so Humphreys was able to send a note by hand to her, suggesting the very next day or the day after for her visit. It may be said at once that the messenger brought back a most grateful answer, to the effect that the morrow would suit her admirably. The only other event of the day was that the plan of the maze was successfully finished. This night again was fair and brilliant and calm, and Humphreys lingered almost as long at his window. The Irish yew came to his mind again as he was on the point of drawing his curtains, but either he had been misled by a shadow the night before, or else the shrub was not really so obtrusive as he had fancied. Anyhow, he saw no reason for interfering with it. What he would do away with, however, was a clump of dark growth which had usurped a place against the house wall, and was threatening to obscure one of the lower range of windows. It did not look as if it could possibly be worth keeping. He fancied it dank and unhealthy, little as he could see of it. Next day, it was a Friday, he had arrived at Woolsthorpe on a Monday. Lady Wardrop came over in her car soon after luncheon. She was a stout, elderly person, very full of talk of all sorts, and particularly inclined to make herself agreeable to Humphreys, who had gratified her very much by his ready granting of her request. They made a thorough exploration of the place together, and Lady Wardrop's opinion of her host obviously rose sky high when she found that he really knew something of gardening. She entered enthusiastically into all his plans for improvement, but agreed that it would be a vandalism to interfere with the characteristic laying out of the ground near the house. With the temple she was particularly delighted, and said she, "Do you know, Mr. Humphreys, I think your bailiff must be right about those lettered blocks of stone. One of my mazes. I'm sorry to say the stupid people have destroyed it now. It was at a place in Hampshire, had the track marked out in that way. They were tiles there, but lettered just like yours, and the letters, taken in the right order, formed an inscription. What it was I forget. Something about Theseus and Ariadne. I have a copy of it, as well as the plan of the maze where it was. How people can do such things! I shall never forgive you if you injure your maze. Do you know, they're becoming very uncommon. Almost every year I hear of one being grubbed up. Now do let's get straight to it. Or, if you're too busy, I know my way there perfectly, and I'm not afraid of getting lost in it. I know too much about mazes for that. Though I remember missing my lunch, not so very long ago either, through getting entangled in the one at Busbury. Well, of course, if you can manage to come with me, that will be all the nicer." After this confident prelude, justice would seem to require that Lady Wardrop should have been hopelessly muddled by the Woolsthorpe maze. Nothing of that kind happened. Yet it is to be doubted whether she got all the enjoyment from her new specimen that she expected. She was interested, keenly interested to be sure, and pointed out to Humphreys a series of little depressions in the ground which she thought marked the places of the lettered blocks. She told him, too, what other mazes resembled his most closely in arrangement, and explained how it was usually possible to date a maze to within 20 years by means of its plan. This one, she already knew, must be about as old as 1780, and its features were just what might be expected. The globe, furthermore, completely absorbed her. It was unique in her experience, and she pored over it for long. "I should like a rubbing of that," she said, "if it could possibly be made." Yes, I am sure you would be most kind about it, Mr. Humphreys, but I trust you won't attempt it on my account. I do indeed. I shouldn't like to take any liberties here. I have the feeling that it might be resented. Now confess, she went on, turning and facing Humphreys. Don't you feel, haven't you felt ever since you came in here, that a watch is being kept on us, and that if we overstepped the mark in any way there would be a pounce? No, I do, and I don't care how soon we are outside the gate. After all, she said, when they were once more on their way to the house, it may have been only the airlessness and the dull heat of that place that pressed on my brain. Still, I'll take back one thing I said. I'm not sure that I shan't forgive you after all if I find next spring that maze has been grubbed up. Whether or no that's done, you shall have the plan, Lady Wardrop. I have made one, and no later than tonight I can trace you a copy. Admirable! A pencil tracing will be all I want, with an indication of the scale. I can easily have it brought into line with the rest of my plates. Many, many thanks. Very well, you shall have that tomorrow. I wish you could help me to a solution of my block puzzle. What, those stones in the summer house? That is a puzzle. They are in no sort of order. Of course not, but the men who put them down must have had some directions. Perhaps you'll find a paper about it among your uncle's things. If not, you'll have to call in somebody who's an expert in ciphers. Advise me about something else, please, said Humphreys. That bush thing under the library window, you would have that away, wouldn't you? Which? That? Oh, I think not, said Lady Wardrop. I can't see it very well from this distance, but it's not unsightly. Perhaps you're right, only looking out of my window just above it last night, I thought it took up too much room. It doesn't seem to, as one sees it from here, certainly. Very well, I'll leave it alone for a bit. Tea was the next business, soon after which Lady Wardrop drove off, but halfway down the drive she stopped the car and beckoned to Humphreys, who was still on the front door steps. He ran to glean her parting words, which were, "It just occurs to me it might be worth your while to look at the underside of those stones. They must have been numbered, mustn't they? Goodbye again. Home, please." The main occupation of this evening, at any rate, was settled. The tracing of the plan for Lady Wardrop and the careful collation of it with the original meant a couple of hours' work at least. Accordingly, soon after 9, Humphreys had his materials put out in the library and began. It was a still, stuffy evening. Windows had to stand open, and he had more than one grisly encounter with a bat. These unnerving episodes made him keep the tail of his eye on the window. Once or twice it was a question whether there was, not a bat, but something more considerable that had a mind to join him. How unpleasant it would be if someone had slipped noiselessly over the sill and was crouching on the floor. The tracing of the plan was done. It remained to compare it with the original, and to see whether any paths had been wrongly closed or left open. With one finger on each paper, he traced out the course that must be followed from the entrance. There were 1 or 2 slight mistakes, but here, near the centre, was a bad confusion, probably due to the entry of the 2nd or 3rd bat. Before correcting the copy, he followed out carefully the last turnings of the path on the original. These at least were right. They led without a hitch to the middle space. Here was a feature which need not be repeated on the copy, an ugly black spot about the size of a shilling. Ink? No, it resembled a hole, but how should a hole be there? He stared at it with tired eyes. The work of tracing had been very laborious, and he was drowsy and oppressed. But surely this was a very odd hole. It seemed to go not only through the paper, but through the table on which it lay. Yes, and through the floor below that, down and still down, even into infinite depths. He craned over it, utterly bewildered. Just as, when you were a child, you may have pored over a square inch of counterpane until it became a landscape with wooded hills, and perhaps even churches and houses, and you lost all thought of the true size of yourself and it. So this hole seemed to Humphreys for the moment the only thing in the world. For some reason it was hateful to him from the first, but he had gazed at it for some moments before any feeling of anxiety came upon him. And then it did come, stronger and stronger, a horror lest something might emerge from it, and a really agonizing conviction that a terror was on its way, from the sight of which he would not be able to escape. Oh yes, far, far down there was a movement, and the movement was upwards towards the surface. Nearer and nearer it came, and it was of a blackish grey colour with more than one dark hole. It took shape as a face, a human face, a burnt human face, and with the odious writhings of a wasp creeping out of a rotten apple there clambered forth an appearance of a form, waving black arms prepared to clasp the head that was bending over them. With a convulsion of despair, Humphreys threw himself back, struck his head against a hanging lamp, and fell. There was concussion of the brain, shock to the system, and a long confinement to bed. The doctor was badly puzzled, not by the symptoms, but by a request which Humphreys made to him as soon as he was able to say anything. "I wish you would open the ball in the maze." "Hardly room enough there, I should have thought," was the best answer he could summon up. "But it's more in your way than mine. My dancing days are over." At which Humphreys muttered and turned over to sleep, and the doctor intimated to the nurses that the patient was not out of the wood yet. When he was better able to express his views, Humphreys made his meaning clear, and received a promise that the thing should be done at once. He was so anxious to learn the result that the doctor, who seemed a little pensive next morning, saw that more harm than good would be done by saving up his report. "Well," he said, "I am afraid the ball is done for. The metal must have worn thin, I suppose. Anyhow, it went all to bits with the first blow of the chisel." "Well, go on, do," said Humphreys impatiently. "Oh, you want to know what we found in it, of course. Well, it was half full of stuff like ashes." "Ashes? What did you make of them?" "I haven't thoroughly examined them yet. There's hardly been time. But Cooper's made up his mind, I dare say from something I said, that it's a case of cremation. Now don't excite yourself, my good sir. Yes, I must allow I think he's probably right." The maze is gone, and Lady Wardrop has forgiven Humphreys. In fact, I believe he married her niece. She was right, too, in her conjecture that the stones in the temple were numbered. There had been a numeral painted on the bottom of each. Some few of these had rubbed off, but enough remained to enable Humphreys to reconstruct the inscription. It ran thus: "Penetrans ad interiora mortis." Grateful as Humphreys was to the memory of his uncle, he could not quite forgive him for having burnt the journals and letters of the James Wilson, who had gifted Woolsthorpe with the maze and the temple. As to the circumstances of that ancestor's death and burial, no tradition survived, but his will, which was almost the only record of him accessible, assigned an unusually generous legacy to a servant who bore an Italian name. Mr. Cooper's view is that, humanly speaking, all these many solemn events have a meaning for us, if our limited intelligence permitted of our disintegrating it, while Mr. Calton has been reminded of an aunt now gone from us, who, about the year 1866, had been lost for upwards of an hour and a half in the maze at Covent Gardens, or it might be Hampton Court. One of the oddest things in the whole series of transactions is that the book which contained the parable has entirely disappeared. Humphreys has never been able to find it since he copied out the passage to send to Lady Wardrop. The end. An Evening's Entertainment by M.R.James, and read by Christopher Holton. Nothing is more common form in old-fashioned books than the description of the winter fireside, where the aged grandame narrates to the circle of children that hangs on her lips story after story of ghosts and fairies, and inspires her audience with a pleasing terror. But we are never allowed to know what the stories were. We hear indeed of sheeted spectres with saucer eyes, and, still more intriguing, of rawhead and bloody bones, an expression which the Oxford Dictionary traces back to 1550. But the context of these striking images eludes us. Here, then, is a problem which has long obsessed me, but I see no means of solving it finally. The aged grandams are gone, and the collectors of folklore began their work in England too late to save most of the actual stories which the grandams told. Yet such things do not easily die quite out, and imagination, working on scattered hints, may be able to devise a picture of an evening's entertainment such as one as Mrs. Marset's evening conversations, Mr. Joyce's dialogues on chemistry, and somebody else's philosophy in sport, made science in earnest, aimed at extinguishing, by substituting for error and superstition, the light of utility and truth, in some such terms as these. Charles, I think, Papa, that one now understand the properties of the lever which you so kindly explained to me on Saturday, but I have been very much puzzled since then in thinking about the pendulum, and have wondered why it is that when you stop it the clock does not go on any more. Papa, you young sinner, have you been meddling with the clock in the hall? Come here to me. No, this must be a gloss that has somehow crept into the text. Well, my boy, though I do not wholly approve of your conducting without my supervision experiments, which may possibly impair the usefulness of a valuable scientific instrument, I will do my best to explain the principles of the pendulum to you. Fetch me a piece of stout whipcord from the drawer in my study, and ask cook to be so good as to lend you one of the weights which she uses in her kitchen. And so we are off. How different the scene in a household to which the beams of science have not yet penetrated. The squire, exhausted by a long day after the partridges, and replete with food and drink, is snoring on one side of the fireplace. His old mother sits opposite to him knitting, and the children, Charles and Fanny, not Harry and Lucy, they would never have stood it, are gathered about her knee. Grandmother, now, my dears, you must be very good and quiet, or you'll wake your father, and you know what'll happen then. Charles, yes, I know. He'll be woundy cross-tempered and send us off to bed. Grandmother stops knitting and speaks with severity. What's that? Fie upon you, Charles, that's not a way to speak. Now, I was going to have told you a story, but if you use such like words, I shan't. Suppressed outcry. Oh, Granny, hush, hush. Now I believe you have woke your father. Squire thickly. Look here, mother, if you can't keep them brats quiet. Grandmother. Yes, John, yes, it's too bad. I've been telling them if it happens again, off to bed they shall go. Squire relapses. Grandmother. There now, you see, children, what did I tell you? You must be good and sit still, and I'll tell you what. Tomorrow you shall go a-blackberrying, and if you bring home a nice basketful, I'll make you some jam. Charles. Oh, yes, Granny, do. And I know where the best blackberries are. I saw 'em today. Grandmother. And where's that, Charles? Charles. Why, in the little lane that goes up past Collins's cottage. Grandmother, laying down her knitting. Charles, whatever you do, don't you dare to pick one single blackberry in that lane. Don't you know? But there, how should you? What was I thinking of? Well, anyway, you mind what I say. Charles and Fanny. But why, Granny? Why shouldn't we pick 'em there? Grandmother. Hush, hush. Very well then, I'll tell you all about it, only you mustn't interrupt. Now, let me see. When I was quite a little girl, that lane had a bad name, though it seems people don't remember about it now. And one day, dear me, just as it might be tonight, I told my poor mother when I came home to my supper, a summer evening it was, I told her where I'd been for my walk and how I'd come back down that lane, and I asked her how it was that there were currant and gooseberry bushes growing in a little patch at the top of the lane. And oh dear me, such a taking as she was in. She shook me and she slapped me and says she, You naughty, naughty child, haven't I forbid you 20 times over to set foot in that lane? And here you go dawdling down it at night time, and so forth. And when she'd finished, I was lonely placed like that in the middle of the night. And Mr. Davis smiled, and the young man who'd been listening said, Oh, we don't want for company at such times. And my father said he couldn't help thinking Mr. Davis made some kind of sign, and the young man went on quick as if to mend his words, and said, That's to say, Mr. Davis and me's company enough for each other, ain't we, master? And then there's a beautiful air there of a summer night, and you can see all the country round under the moon, and it looks so different seemingly to what it do in the daytime. Why, all them harrows on the down. And then Mr. Davis cut in, seeming to be out of temper with the lad, and said, "Ah, yes, they're old-fashioned places, ain't they, sir? Now, what would you think was the purpose of them?" And my father said, "Now, dear me, it seems funny, doesn't it, that I should recollect all this? But it took my fancy at the time, and though it's dull perhaps for you, I can't help finishing it out now. Well," he said, "why, I've heard, Mr. Davis, that they're all graves. And I know, when I've had occasion to plough up one, there's always been some old bones and pots turned up. But whose graves they are, I don't know. People say the ancient Romans were all about this country at one time, but whether they buried their people like that, I can't tell." And Mr. Davis shook his head, thinking, and said, "Ah, to be sure. Well, they look to me to be older-like than the ancient Romans, and dressed different. That's to say, according to the pictures, the Romans was in armour. And you didn't never find no armour, did you, sir, by what you said?" And my father was rather surprised, and said, "I don't know that I mentioned anything about armour, but it's true I don't remember to have found any. But you talk as if you'd seen 'em, Mr. Davis." And they both of them laughed, Mr. Davis and the young man. And Mr. Davis said, "Seen 'em, sir? That would be a difficult matter after all these years. Not but what I should like well enough to know more about them old times and people, and what they worshipped and all." And my father said, "Worshipped? Well, I dare say they worshipped the old man on the hill." "Ah, indeed," Mr. Davis said. "Well, I shouldn't wonder." And my father went on and told them what he'd heard and read about the heathens and their sacrifices. What you'll learn some day for yourself, Charles, when you go to school and begin your Latin. And they seemed to be very much interested, both of them. But my father said he couldn't help thinking the most of what he was saying was no news to them. That was the only time he ever had much talk with Mr. Davis, and it stuck in his mind, particularly, he said, the young man's word about not wanting for company, because in those days there was a lot of talk in the villages round about. Why, but for my father interfering, the almost too much taken aback to say anything. But I did make her believe that was the first I'd ever heard of it, and that was no more than the truth. And then, to be sure, she was sorry she'd been so short with me, and to make up she told me the whole story after my supper. And since then I've often heard the same from the old people in the place, and had my own reasons besides for thinking there was something in it. Now, up at the far end of that lane, let me see, is it on the right or the left-hand side as you go up? The left-hand side, you'll find a little patch of bushes and rough ground in the field, and something like a broken old hedge round about. And you'll notice there's some old gooseberry and currant bushes growing among it. Or there used to be, for it's years now since I've been up that way. Well, that means there was a cottage stood there, of course. And in that cottage, before I was born or thought of, there lived a man named Davis. I've heard that he wasn't born in the parish, and it's true there's nobody of that name been living about here since I've known the place. But however that may be, this Mr. Davis lived very much to himself and very seldom went to the public house, and he didn't work for any of the farmers, having as it seemed enough money of his own to get along. But he'd go to the town on market days and take up his letters at the post house where the mail's called. And one day he came back from market and brought a young man with him. And this young man and he lived together for some long time and went about together. And whether he just did the work of the house for Mr. Davis, or whether Mr. Davis was his teacher in some way, nobody seemed to know. I've heard he was a pale, ugly young fellow, and hadn't much to say for himself. Well now, what did those two men do with themselves? Of course I can't tell you half the foolish things that the people got into their heads. And we know, don't we, that you mustn't speak evil when you aren't sure it's true, even when people are dead and gone. But as I said, those two were always about together, late and early, up on the downland and below in the woods. And there was one walk in particular that they'd take regularly once a month, to the place where you've seen that old figure cut out in the hillside. And it was noticed that in the summertime when they took that walk, they'd camp out all night, either there or somewhere nearby. I remember once my father, that's your great-grandfather, told me he had spoken to Mr. Davis about it, for it's his land he lived on, and asked him why he was so fond of going there. But he only said, "Oh, it's a wonderful old place, sir, and I've always been fond of the old-fashioned things." And when him, that was his man he meant, and me are together there, it seems to bring back the old times so plain. And my father said, well, he said, it may suit you, but I shouldn't like a people here would have ducked an old lady for a witch. Charles: what does that mean, Granny? Ducked an old lady for a witch? Are there witches here now? Grandmother: no, no, dear, why, whatever made me stray off like that? No, no, that's quite another affair. What I was going to say was that the people in other places round about believed that some sort of meetings went on at night time on that hill where the man is, and that those who went there were up to no good. But don't you interrupt me now, for it's getting late. Well, I suppose it was a matter of 3 years that Mr. Davis and this young man went on living together, and then, all of a sudden, a dreadful thing happened. I don't know if I ought to tell you. Outcries of, oh yes, yes, Granny, you must, etc. Well then, you must promise not to get frightened and go screaming out in the middle of the night. No, no, we won't, of course not. One morning very early towards the turn of the year, I think it was in September, one of the woodmen had to go up to his work at the top of the long covert just as it was getting light, and just where there were some few big oaks in a sort of clearing deep in the wood, he saw at a distance a white thing that looked like a man through the mist, and he was in two minds about going on, but go on he did, and made out as he came near that it was a man, and more than that, it was Mr. Davis's young man, dressed in a sort of white gown he was, and hanging by his neck to the limb of the biggest oak, quite dead, and near his feet there lay on the ground a hatchet all in a gore of blood. Well, what a terrible sight that was for anyone to come upon in that lonely place. This poor man was nearly out of his wits. He dropped everything he was carrying and ran as hard as ever he could, straight down to the parsonage, and woke them up and told what he'd seen. And old Mr. White, who was the parson then, sent him off to get 2 or 3 of the best men, the blacksmith and the church wardens and what not, while he dressed himself, and all of them went up to this dreadful place with a horse to lay the poor body on and take it to the house. When they got there, everything was just as the woodman had said. But it was a terrible shock to them all to see how the corpse was dressed, especially to old Mr. White, for it seemed to him to be like a mockery of the church surplice that was on it, only, he told my father, not the same in the fashion of it. And when they came to take down the body from the oak tree, they found there was a chain of some metal round the neck, and a little ornament like a wheel hanging to it on the front, and it was very old-looking, they said. Now in the meantime, they had sent off a boy to run to Mr. Davis's house and see whether he was at home, for of course they couldn't but have their suspicions, and Mr. White said they must send 2 to the constable of the next parish and get a message to another magistrate. He was a magistrate himself, and so there was running hither and thither. But my father, as it happened, was away from home that night, otherwise they would have fetched him first, so then they laid the body across the horse, and they say it was all they could manage to keep the beast from bolting away from the time they were in sight of the tree, for it seemed to be mad with fright. However, they managed to bind the eyes and lead it down through the wood and back into the village street. And there, just by the big tree where the stocks are, they found a lot of the women gathered together, and this boy whom they'd sent to Mr. Davis's house lying in the middle, as white as paper, and not a word could they get out of him, good or bad. So they saw there was something worse yet to come, and they made the best of their way up the lane to Mr. Davis's house. And when they got near that, the horse they were leading seemed to go mad again with fear, and reared up and screamed and struck out with its forefeet, and the man that was leading it was as near as possible being killed, and the dead body fell off its back. So Mr. White bid them get the horse away as quick as might be, and they carried the body straight into the living room, for the door stood open. And then they saw what it was that had given the poor boy such a fright, and they guessed why the horse went mad. For, you know, horses can't bear the smell of dead blood. There was a long table in the room, more than the length of a man, and on it there lay the body of Mr. Davis. The eyes were bound over with a linen band, and the arms were tied across the back, and the feet were bound together with another band. But the fearful thing was that the breast being quite bare, the bone of it was split through from the top downwards with an axe. Oh, it was a terrible sight. Not one there but turned faint and ill with it, and had to go out into the fresh air. Even Mr. White, who was what you might call a hard nature of a man, was quite overcome, and said a prayer for strength in the garden. At last they laid out the other body as best they could in the room, and searched about to see if they could find out how such a frightful thing had come to pass. And in the cupboards they found a quantity of herbs and jars with liquors, and it came out, when people that understood such matters had looked into it, that some of these liquors were drinks to put a person asleep. And they had little doubt that that wicked young man had put some of this into Mr. Davis's drink, and then used him as he did, and after that the sense of his sin had come upon him, and he had cast himself away. Well now, you couldn't understand all the law business that had to be done by the coroner and the magistrates, but there was a great coming and going of people over it for the next day or two, and then the people of the parish got together and agreed that they couldn't bear the thought of those two being buried in the churchyard alongside of Christian people, for I must tell you there were papers and writings found in the drawers and cupboards that Mr. White and some other clergymen looked into, and they put their names to a paper that said these men were guilty by their own allowing of the dreadful sin of idolatry, and they feared there were some in the neighbouring places that were not free from that wickedness, and called upon them to repent, lest the same fearful thing that was come to these men should befall them also. And then they burnt those writings. So then Mr. White was of the same mind as the parishioners, and late one evening 12 men that were chosen went with him to that evil house, and with them they took 2 biers made very roughly for the purpose, and 2 pieces of black cloth. And down at the crossroad, where you take the turn for Bascombe and Wilcombe, there were other men waiting with torches, and a pit dug, and a great crowd of people gathered together from all round about. And the men that went to the cottage went in with their hats on their heads, and 4 of them took the 2 bodies and laid them on the biers, and covered them over with the black cloths, and no one said a word. But they bore them down the lane, and they were cast into the pit and covered over with stones and earth. And then Mr. White spoke to the people that were gathered together. My father was there, for he had come back when he heard the news, and he said he never should forget the strangeness of the sight, with the torches burning, and those 2 black things huddled together in the pit, and not a sound from any of the people, except it might be a child or a woman whimpering with the fright. And so, when Mr. White had finished speaking, they all turned away and left them lying there. They say horses don't like the spot even now, and I've heard there was something of a mist or a light hung about for a long time after, but I don't know the truth of that. But this I do know, that next day my father's business took him past the opening of the lane, and he saw 3 or 4 little knots of people standing at different places along it, seemingly in a state of mind about something, and he rode up to them, and asked what was the matter. And they ran up to him and said, "Oh, squire, it's the blood, look at the blood," and kept on like that. So he got off his horse, and they showed him, and there, in 4 places I think it was, he saw great patches in the road of blood, but he could hardly see it was blood, for almost every spot of it was covered with great black flies, that never changed their place or moved, and that blood was what had fallen out of Mr. Davis's body as they bore it down the lane. Well, my father couldn't bear to do more than just take in the nasty sight so as to be sure of it, and then he said to one of those men that was there, "Do you make haste and fetch a basket or a barrow full of clean earth out of the churchyard, and spread it over these places, and I'll wait here till you come back." And very soon he came back, and the old man that was sexton with him, with a shovel and the earth in a hand-barrow, and they set it down at the first of the places, and made ready to cast the earth upon it. And as ever they did that, what do you think? The flies that were on it rose up in the air in a kind of a solid cloud, and moved off up the lane towards the house, and the sexton, he was parish clerk as well, stopped and looked at them, and said to my father, "Lord of flies, sir," and no more would he say. And just the same it was at the other places, every one of them. Charles: But what did he mean, Granny? Grandmother: Well, dear, you remember to ask Mr. Lucas when you go to him for your lesson tomorrow. I can't stop now to talk about it. It's long past bedtime for you already. The next thing was, my father made up his mind no one was going to live in that cottage again, or yet use any of the things that were in it. So though it was one of the best in the place, he sent round word to the people that it was to be done away with, and anyone that wished could bring a faggot to the burning of it. And that's what was done. They built a pile of wood in the living room and loosened the thatch so as the fire could take good hold, and then set it alight. And as there was no brick, only the chimney stack and the oven, it wasn't long before it was all gone. I seem to remember seeing the chimney when I was a little girl, but that fell down of itself at last. Now this that I've got to is the last bit of all. You may be sure that for a long time the people said Mr. Davis and that young man were seen about, the one of them in the wood, and both of them where the house had been, or passing together down the lane, particularly in the spring of the year, and at autumn time. I can't speak to that, though if we were sure there are such things as ghosts, it would seem likely that people like that wouldn't rest quiet. But I can tell you this, that one evening in the month of March, just before your grandfather and I were married, we'd been taking a long walk in the woods together and picking flowers and talking as young people will that are courting, and so much taken up with each other that we never took any particular notice where we were going. And on a sudden I cried out, and your grandfather asked what was the matter. The matter was that I'd felt a sharp prick on the back of my hand, and I snatched it to me and saw a black thing on it, and struck it with the other hand and killed it. And I showed it him, and he was a man who took notice of all such things, and he said, Well, I've never seen aught like that fly before. And though to my own eye it didn't seem very much out of the common, I've no doubt he was right. And then we looked about us, and and behold, if we weren't in the very lane, just in front of the place where that house had stood, and as they told me after, just where the men set down the biers a minute when they bore them out of the garden gate. You may be sure we made haste away from there. At least I made your grandfather come away quick, for I was wholly upset at finding myself there, but he would have lingered about out of curiosity if I'd have let him. Whether there was anything about there more than we could see, I shall never be sure. Perhaps it was partly the venom of that horrid fly's bite that was working in me that made me feel so strange, for dear me, how that poor arm and hand of mine did swell up, to be sure. I'm afraid to tell you how large it was round, and the pain of it too. Nothing my mother could put on it had any power over it at all. And it wasn't till she was persuaded by our old nurse to get the wise man over at Bascombe to come and look at it that I got any peace at all. But he seemed to know all about it and said I wasn't the first that had been taken that way. When the sun's gathering his strength, he said, and when he's in the height of it, and when he's beginning to lose his hold, and when he's in his weakness, them that haunts about that lane had best to take heed to themselves. But what it was he bound on my arm, and what he said over it he wouldn't tell us. After that I soon got well again, but since then I've heard often enough of people suffering much the same as I did. Only of late years it doesn't seem to happen, but very seldom, and maybe things like that do die out in the course of time. But that's the reason, Charles, why I say to you that I won't have you gathering me blackberries, no, nor eating them either in that lane. And now you know all about it, I don't fancy you'll want to yourself. There, off to bed you go this minute. What's that, Fanny, a light in your room? The idea of such a thing. You get yourself undressed at once and say your prayers. And perhaps if your father doesn't want me when he wakes up, I'll come and say good night to you. And you, Charles, if I hear anything of you frightening your little sister on the way up to your bed, I shall tell your father that very moment, and you know what happened to you the last time. The door closes, and Granny, after listening intently for a minute or two, resumes her knitting. The squire still slumbers. The end. The Fenstanton Witch by M.R.James and read by Christopher Holton. Nicholas Hardman and Stephen Ashe were two fellows of the King's College in Cambridge. They had come, like all their contemporaries, from the sister college at Eton, where they had spent their lives from about the age of 6 to that of 16, and at the time when we encounter them, they were both men of about 30 years old. Hardman was the son of a Lincolnshire parson living at Thorganby on the Wolds, while Ash's father was a yeoman farmer of Ospringe in Kent. Hardman was black, dour and saturnine, with a rasping voice and a strong Lincolnshire accent which cannot be reproduced here. Ash had the sturdy and somewhat slow intelligence of his Kentish ancestors. The phrase "a good friend and a bad enemy" represents the opinion which the men of his year held of him. Both were in priests' orders, and each, we might suppose, looked forward in the fullness of time to occupying college livings, marrying and bringing up a son or two, one most likely to reproduce his father's career, another perhaps to go on the land and become a reputable farmer in a small way. I say we might suppose their aspirations to have been of this nature, for such was the programme of a majority of fellows of colleges at that time. But there is an entry in the book called Harwood's Alumni which shows that they entertained ideas of a very different sort, and it has occurred to me that it may be worthwhile to tell the story of what they adventured and what came of it. I have alluded more than once to their times, but I have not yet told you when they lived. Anne was filling the throne of England, Scotland, Ireland and France, and Dr. James Roderick was provost of the college, having been elected by the Fellows in preference to Sir Isaac Newton, whom the Prince of Orange, King William III of blessed memory, would have intruded into that pasture. The Fellows of Kings had vindicated their right of election, and the lower master of Eton occupied the lodge. He was known as one of the 4 smoking heads, while Sir Isaac lived in the observatory over Trinity Great Gate, and, according to popular legends, gently remonstrated with his dog Diamond, or cut holes in his door to admit his cat and kitten. The university was a happy, sleepy place in those days, one is apt to think. But after all, what with the church in danger and the excitement of depriving Dr. Richard Bentley, then Master of Trinity, of his degrees, there was probably no lack of sport to be had within the precincts, and certainly just outside them there was more than there is now. Snipe were shot on Parker's Piece, and the dreary expanse of undrained fen was the haunt of many a strange fowl, not to speak of other inhabitants of whom I may one day find an occasion to tell. But it is time to leave generalities. The 2 sheep to whom we must return, and I am afraid they were black ones, were very close friends, but few men in the university, or indeed in the King's College itself, could boast of more than a speaking acquaintance with either. They occupied one room in the old School of Kings, north of the chapel, which room was always locked when they were out. And these were not days when fellows, nor still less scholars, were in the habit of dropping into each other's abodes to partake of casual hospitality in the way of tobacco or whisky and water. The common life, such as it was confined to chapel hall and the fellows' parlour. All that was known of Hardman and Ash's way of employing their leisure was that they went for long walks together and smoked apparently very bad tobacco when they came back. It was a fine afternoon in October when these events began, or to speak more truly, came to a head, which served to show what manner of men were Nicholas Hardman and Stephen Ash. Chapel service, we may be sure, was at 3, and both of our friends were there, staring at each other from opposite stalls. The reedy and pedal-less organ helped the rather infirm and jaded choir through a new verse anthem by Dr. Blow, during which the snoring of Provost Roderick was not doubtfully heard. At near 4, Dr. Tudway, the organist, played out the scant congregation with a march of his own composition. The choirmen hurried off to go through a similar performance at Trinity. The boys rushed off to whatever haunts in the town they had emerged from. The provost strolled to his lodge, then at the eastern end of the chapel, and the fellows and scholars made their way across the strip of ground on the north side, holding on their caps, for a strong west wind was blowing the yellow leaves about, and so into the old court and to dine in hall. A coarse meal, I expect it was, and a silent one. The vice-provost and 3 or 4 seniors occupied one table on the dais. The masters of art, among whom were Hardman and Ash, filled a second along with the fellow commoners, and the bachelors and undergraduate fellows and scholars 2 more. There may have been 50 people in the room. Not much passed at dinner, which lasted about 40 minutes, but afterwards the fellows returned to the parlour and the scholars to their rooms. With these last we are not concerned, but we may as well follow the seniors. They are sitting at a large table, clothless, with some decanters of wine. I don't know whether port or claret, much depends upon the date of Lord Methuen's treaty with Portugal, and something like conversation has broken out. "Where did you ride today, Mr. Bates?" said Mr. Glynn. "Only so far as Fenstanton." "Fenstanton? Ah, is that where the witch was ducked last week? Lord Blandford was riding by at the time." This was the Duke of Marlborough's son and heir, who died shortly afterwards and was now a fellow commoner. "And his lordship made some hot-headed show at rescuing the old creature. Has there been any stir made? Dodgson of Magdalen has this living, but I doubt, if he hath not moved, no one will. 'Tis a lost place, Fenstanton, for all it be on the Huntingdon road." Thus far Mr. Glynn, who had rather a knack of monopolising conversation. "Well, to tell truth," says Bates, "I had not heard of the matter, but the bell was tolling for a burying as I rode through, and I happened to meet Dodgson coming from his beer and pipe, as I judged, to the churchyard. He did let fall something which could fit with what you say. Pray, did you hear the name Glynn, Galpin, or Gibson? Some word with a G in it." "Gibson! Mother Gibson! That was the name for a guinea, so that ducking has finished the poor creature," said good-natured Glynn. "These fen rustics are little but brutes. I vow the coroner should have sat, and there should have been a dozen strung up at the assizes, and in any but Dodgson's parish there would have been. But Lord, the man thinks of nothing but his tithes and his beer." "Matthews had the parsonage before Dodgson," said Bates, "and in his time there were 4 attempts at swimming that old woman. Not a boy nor man in the parish, he told me, but was ready to swear she had signed herself away. But Matthews threatened to call in the sheriff, and he would have done it too, so they kept mum in his time." "For all that," said Glynn, "I remember his saying in this parlour that when he looked at her, he was half in a mind to believe the tale. He pointed her out to me one day, and it is sure that she might have sat for a portrait of the enemy, as far as her eyes were concerned. They were as red as blood, and the pupils like a goat's." With which Mr. Glynn was silent and shuddered slightly. "Did they bury her in the churchyard, Bates?" said Dr. Morrell, the Vice-Provost. "Yes, Mr. Vice-Provost, I noticed a grave dug on the north side, which I take it was for her." All this talk about burying witches puts me in mind of William of Malmesbury's tale that Dr. Gale printed not so long back. This was from a new contributor to the conversation, Mr. Newborough, afterwards headmaster of Eton, who was more bookishly inclined than many of his compeers. "Do you know it, Mr. Glynn? You should look at Malmesbury." And he proceeded to tell the story which Southey has put into rhyme under the name of the old woman of Berkeley. After that came a short discussion of the Witch of Endor. Then the conversation drifted to Dr. Hodey's book on the versions of the Bible, then by a not uncommon fate to Dr. Bentley's Last Enormities, and thence back to the familiar question of college livings and probable vacancies. In the midst of this, Hardman and Ash made their bow to the Vice-Provost and went out. They had neither of them made any remark since dinner, but Dr. Morrell, an observant man, noticed that they had taken a very considerable interest in the early part of the conversation. "2 dull dogs gone," said Dr. Glynn when the door closed behind them. "I pity their wives if ever they marry, and their parishes if ever they take 'em." "Quiet enough if they are dull," said Newborough. "I don't know that, Newborough," said Morrell. "The man that has chambers under theirs doesn't always sleep best. What can keep those 2 men treading about the whole night, as I am told they do? And what have they on their minds that makes them sigh and moan like 2 sick owls, as Burton says? You know everyone in college, Glynn. Tell us, pray, were you ever in Hardman's and Ash's chambers?" "Not I," said Glynn. "I knocked at their door one day, I recollect, last year. Such a clatter as they made before they opened it, I vow I never heard. But all I can tell of the matter is that Hardman was as pale as a ghost when he opened to me, and that the place smelt as sweet as a bonfire of old rags and bones. Hardman made shift to ask my business, and then shut the door in my face. "Well," said the Vice-Provost, "he might have spared himself the question, Glyn. I never knew you have any business in this life yet. Never matter. 'Tis time to turn unto the coffee-house, gentlemen. I have told Dr. Coates we should be there before 8, and the clocks are going the quarter now." The company adjourned therefore to a coffee-house on the market-place, and smoked clay pipes till 10 with Dr. Roger Coates and some other gentlemen from Trinity, Queen's, and Benet colleges. The curfew bell was ringing, and it was a fine night when Hardman and Ash, each with a packet and a stick, emerged from the gates of King's College and told the porter, a fuddling old ruffian, as were most college servants of that day, that they were not like to be returning that night. Neither said any word until they were clear of the town and on the Huntingdon Road. Then said Nicholas Hardman, "If all goes as it should tonight, Ash, we shall know a matter worth knowing." "Yes, Nick, and there will be a matter worth having in one of these bundles," said Ash. "I dare swear, though, that there will be some disappointment. Newborough's tale of the old witch set me a-thinking. You have the book upon you, Nick?" "Book? What book? Dr. Gales's print of Malmesbury, I suppose. A fat folio of a stone weight. It is likely." "No, not Malmesbury. Our book, the book, I mean." "Call me fool if you like, Stephen, but don't ask such another question. Have I come forth without my head? That is as likely as it would be for me to leave the book in my chambers. But why, pray, does that ass Newborough's old stories set you thinking?" "Why, only that if the same gentry that came for their friend in that story were thinking of waiting upon our friend at Fenstanton tonight, it is like we may see trouble." Hardman gave a snort. "And if they did, do you think a circle is broken so easily? Have I nothing here that avails to make them give back? Still, you are right in a way, Stephen, as you have been before. If we are later in the field than they, there may be trouble, even danger. But what we would have, it's not what they want. If we get the 3 locks of hair and the winding sheet, we are masters of the elementals. The others want the soul." It was a thought that seemed to dash both of them for a moment, and they were silent. So the clouds flew across the moon, and the wind blew over the bare fields, and the bells of Cambridge came more faintly to the ear as they walked quietly on towards the sleeping village of Fenstanton. Those who remember the road between Cambridge and Fenstanton will bear me out when I say that it is 11 miles long and presents few features of interest. There is an occasional wayside inn, a few farms lie a little off the road, and on a clear day we may see the lantern and western tower of Ely, and a good many nearer church towers. The church that lies nearest to the road is that of Lulworth, on the left hand, some 5 or 6 miles out. There was something doing at Lulworth when Hardman and Ash passed it. The bell was going, and the windows lighted. Nocturnal funerals were almost the rule in Queen Anne's time for anyone who claimed to be a magnate, so that it did not surprise the lookers-on when they saw 2 lines of torches working their way slowly through the trees near the church, and when they saw a figure in white flit out of the south porch to meet the cortege, they knew that it must be the parson. Yet a few moments and the procession was in the church. Then they walked on again, for they had paused a moment. The turning out of the main road towards Lulworth Church lay some little distance ahead, and down the lane were coming a group of figures at a great pace. They reached the road and turned down it towards the travellers, who were a little daunted thereby because they did not wish to be recognised as Cambridge parsons at that hour of the night. There appeared to be 7 people clustering around one in the midst, and their action and gait was like that of watchmen who had taken a prisoner. The party came on, and it seemed as if this conjecture might fit the situation, for the person in the midst was plainly reluctant, and as plainly was being hurried on by the rest. Hardman and Ash drew towards the hedge to let these men pass, and their eyes were riveted upon the face of the captured man. It was not lightly to be forgotten, for it is not often that anyone beholds the face of a man who has lost all hope, and yet has room in his brain for an unspeakable fear. This is the sight which those 2 ill-starred priests were now looking upon. And they saw, moreover, that in spite of his terror and desperation, the captive could look nowhere save straight in front of him, for anything seemed tolerable rather than to see the faces of the 7 who were about him. When they pictured the scene to themselves thereafter, they realized that his was the only face of which they had caught sight at all. Nay, it even seemed to them that there was no other face for their eyes to catch. The thing was past. It passed quite silently, and for many moments these 2 men stayed breathless to within an ace of sudden flight or swooning. They knew that they had seen that which no mourner at that funeral had seen, and it was in their minds that it is not always well for those whose eyes are opened. It may happen to some to see the mountains full of bones and chariots of fire, but to others are shown very different sights from that. Yet the natures of both were so obstinate and dogged that neither would broach to the other the thought of returning and giving up the dismal project they had in their minds. They went on. Soon they sighted Fenstanton spire, and 1/2 mile further they left the road and made their way across the fields to the side where the churchyard was accessible away from the street. It was not a difficult wall to climb, yet they were unnerved and took several minutes to get over it. Then they proceeded to go through the sinister rites and ceremonies which were to safeguard them against those powers with whom they supposed themselves to be leagued, for they are treacherous allies, as those tell us who claim to know the heart of the matter. On the north side of the dark church, even in its shadow, and not more than 10 yards from a new-made grave, the only one on that side of the building, they picked out a space where the grass was shortest, and drew 2 large circles, one within the other. And in the space between the circles they marked out with some pains the symbols of the planets and a few Hebrew letters which were meant to indicate names of angels, and of the great power, whose aid, by one of the strange contradictions of art magic, they promised themselves they would gain for the work they were at. When their defence was completed, they stopped, and Ash looked at his timepiece. The hour was something short of 11:45, so they must wait till the middle of night was reached. And now, what was it that these 2 educated clergymen proposed to themselves, and how came it that they were on an enterprise which one associates, not always correctly, with the darkest medievalism and the most defective civilization? You have guessed that they were earnest and credulous students of art magic. How came such men to be in Cambridge in the reign of Queen Anne? I can only answer that in that day there were many such men in Germany, and that the instinct which prompts men to seek intercourse with the unseen peoples of the air is one that may come to the surface in any civilization and in any century. Many have a sneaking idea that the intercourse has been sometimes gained, but that is little to the point. That which Hardman and Ash were determined upon was the obtaining of an ingredient for future spells, which should end in making them able to command the forces of nature to a degree which they believed many to have attained before them. They meant on this night, and they were confident of accomplishing it, to go through certain forms of words which would have power to make the corpse of the old woman buried that day to arise out of the grave and come to them, and give them, it is horrid to think of, the portion of the grave clothes and the locks of hair of which Hardman spoke when they were on the road. Then should the body return to the earth as it was, and the soil be replaced above it. They were to go back to their college the next day, and in 7 days' time who so rich and powerful as Nicholas Hardman and Stephen Ash, Esquires? It was with a strange kind of exultation that, as midnight came near, Hardman drew from his bosom a paper book, about 100 years old, ill-written and full of diagrams like that which had just been drawn upon the ground, and within whose compass both of them were standing. He began to read or intone a Latin form of conjuration, a sinister kind of church service, in which the most sacred of names were freely employed, and to this Ash made the set appointed refrains. The night had been disturbed throughout and windy, but no rain had fallen, and the thin clouds kept covering the moon, which was by this time low and near the horizon. The wind rattled in the louvres of the tower. and every now and then swung the tongue of a bell so that it sounded in a dim and far-off fashion. Nicholas Hardman read on, and read faster and louder, and Ash responded at short intervals. They had now entered upon the 91st Psalm, Qui habitat, whoso dwelleth, and they were just promising themselves deliverance from the terror that walks in darkness, when a blacker cloud than usual left the moon's face, and Stephen Ash fell like an ox at the feet of Hardman. For it seems that it had been determined that these fools should be answered according to their folly. I have said that the miserable and criminous old woman whom the Fenmen had killed was buried a bare 10 yards away from the two conjurers, and their eyes were often fixed upon her grave, as upon the point to which their spells were directed. Looking over at the grave, Hardman beheld crouched upon it a shape which there was small likelihood of his ever forgetting. It was the figure, one would say at first sight, of an enormous bat with folded wings and hints of head approaching the human form. In a short moment Hardman caught sight of the folds of wrinkled skin or hide that hung down from the cheeks, of the wide ears which shone transparent in the moonlight, and of the 2 lines of dusky red fire which marked the almost closed eyes. And further, he declared afterwards, he saw the earth heap upon which this being was crouched stir and wave beneath it. Not long was he allowed to remain a spectator, for this terrific appearance rose to its height, and for a minute seemed to look about as if for a victim whom it knew to be near. Hardman, almost at the pitch of despair, yet trusted dimly in his charmed circle. But the creature on a sudden turned full in his direction and stepped swift and straight towards him, not flinching for an instant at angelic names or planetary symbols. In another moment its talons were raised toward his face, and he knew no more. It was Ash who helped him back to Cambridge in the morning of the next day, and it was Ash also who, for the 20 years that he survived, sheltered him in the parsonage of Willerton and ministered to him, himself a stricken man. But Hardman never saw light again. The college at large never learned the rights of the story. 2 days after the catastrophe, Mr. Glynn says to Mr. Morrell, being Vice Provost, "What did you do at the seniors' meeting this morning, Mr. Vice?" "Sealed the presentation to Weed and Lois and received a declaration, Glynn." "A royal declaration, or what?" "No, Glynn, Mr. Provost will tell you about it maybe if you ask him." So off goes Mr. Glynn to the lodge. But Provost Roderick is pale, which is not natural to him, and not smoking, which is decidedly unnatural, and disturbed and uncommunicative. And Mr. Glynn can only learn that it is a matter which the seniors have decided to keep private. During the next week a barrowload of matters from one set of chambers in the King's College is wheeled off in the direction of Barton and does not come back. And most of the seniors are very regular in their attendance in the chapel for some months. I cannot help connecting these events I have set down with that entry in the Protocollum book, which states that 2 gentlemen, being fellows of the college, were permitted to register a solemn abjuration of all unlawful acts in the practising of which they had grievously transgressed, and that it was agreed that the provost and seniors shall exercise their utmost discretion to the end that this matter be kept strictly private to the seniority. The end.